Hey everybody. Hope you're here and doing well. After all this time, we don't know how to use the show. Any which way, we're here. And we are. I feel like there's like a delay of my kid. We will be doing the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. So I hope you're having a good day. Yeah, we got some people who will be here. All right. Um. So we are getting started in a second. Um, mm, all right. Sorry guys, I just had to take care of something. We are getting started. We are getting started. We are getting started.
Yeah, that's what I've decided for that.
Wait, you
answer.
got what? I didn't hear that. You got what? Tossed? What?
Hit tossed. You know, the hit tossed, body slammed, thrown around,
Oh.
tossed around like a rag doll.
Okay. You mean like literally or
Okay.
metaphorically? Maybe I'm not following.
Literally.
Did
you
you
know,
like?
I went
Did
we were
you
training.
like go for your first gym session at like a MMA gym or jiu-jitsu? gym?
You know that I like was a D1 wrestler and like I got my brown belt in jiu-jitsu. That's kind of what I was trying to explain to him.
Right,
When I was
I'm
doing
trying
on the
to
channel.
understand how you got in the environment.
Oh, this was
where you
I
were
was
hooked
telling
us by a lady.
I was telling previous stories about my training.
Oh,
back
oh
in the
yeah, no, I
day.
buy that like 110%.
And Lactoid
I was thinking
told
like
me that was
current
embarrassing.
you.
Oh yeah,
I
mean,
was
current-
thinking like
That's what I was
current
thinking
you
too.
is like
Current
super
me-
heavy.
yeah, current me
like,
would like
boss-
land
like-
and like fall apart. I would like turn into like the what's that gingerbread man, and just like my leg would fall off.
I was like, dude, how are you in that situation? Number one, and how strong was this bitch? Because you got a
It's
lot
all
of body
leverage.
weight.
It's all leverage now. Leverage.
Sure, I get that it's all leverage. Sure, fine, but
I mean,
you
to be
need
fair,
real
we've never
fucking good
seen
technique.
we've never seen his lower body. Could all just be like toothpicks.
It's
That's the
not.
whole thing
It's
about.
not. It's like tree trunks.
He's just been on a bulk for like 14 years and like never did leg day.
Now he's gonna cut for the wrestling.
What's leg day?
I haven't seen your legs either.
Apparently-
It might not be applicable to you. Actually, Prime, I have a question for you. Based off of our, I don't know if you recall our conversation a few weeks ago in terms of like we established I have no imagination or very limited, a different imagination than you. But like I do have the ability to visualize. Okay, where it's like, and I'm curious in terms of like so, like for me, let's say this has been at least a strength of mine when it comes to like studying academically, as in like when I see a presentation, okay, and I'm learning, I can like visualize the slides. Obviously not like it takes more than once I'm reviewing it, but like on a test I can recall it pretty accurately, and like I can visualize like, oh, I know from this slide from this presentation. Do you have like, is it pretty much like a similar process for you in terms of like you're able to visualize in the same way? Like, did you have like, because like I have no imagination, but at least I have that visualization there. Is it maybe something different for you? If like you have a vivid imagination, but your ability to visualize information might be different than mine. I don't know.
Oh, I can visualize. I can visualize things from my memory. Yeah, I can remember text, pages, images, like images that were shown to me. I can recreate those scenes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm just deficient then. I just thought maybe it was just something different.
Yeah, I've fairly close to photogenic memory. Like I'm pretty like I don't have perfect recall or anything like that, but I often can remember like the page number and what the page looked like in like a textbook I was reading. And then like if like there was like a little known fact, how like the Pearsons, like many of like the undergrad and like early grad school textbooks have like those little pop out boxes and stuff. I can like during a test remember that box, and because I remember that box, basically remember, I can't quite read it, but I can visualize it and then remember every single thing that was like in that box or in that paragraph
On that,
Um,
let me ask a
So
question
I
here.
have pretty close to photographic memory, but not quite.
What do you think of these, Corey? These Vita Eyes, the blue light defender vitamins. What do you
I
think of
just
these?
see a white label with no
Hold
writing on it, so I do not recommend taking unlabeled,
Let's see. Hold on.
unlabeled
Let's see if we
tablets.
get the blur off. Vita Eyes. They're like blue light vitamins.
Blue what? You're consuming blue light? Is that what I'm
They're
understanding?
so like apparently it's supposed to like
Donald
theoretically.
Trump was right. We just get the bleach and the sunlight in the veins.
So apparently it's supposed to replenish the vitamin that your eyes use to absorb blue light.
This absolutely looks like something that Alex Jones would sell.
Yeah,
Without a doubt.
you know, because they sent me a free package of it, so I'm definitely thinking it's very Alex Jonesy.
And super creative, unique branding. White eyes. Like you can't get any
Ah.
more creative than that.
Yeah, you know, I'm thinking
Yeah.
maybe we start selling on the Gibbs as Dr. Gibbs.
Well,
you know?
what I would say is like, you know, at your own risk. Typically for a lot of these things, like what they say is like in the bottle is not actually in the bottle. You might actually be consuming either nothing or maybe contaminants or maybe things you don't.
Yeah,
want
I
to
mean,
actually
it's
consume.
like mainly vitamin C is what it looks like.
No. That's what they say. That's what they say. It's a different story in terms of what's actually.
Yeah. So when you're not FDA regulated and you are not a, if you don't deal with pharmacy care managers, right? So you're not like creating polypeptide chains and like a small, because like most of the stuff that you get is made in small mom and pop labs in America, but they're super regulated, and they kind of have to be. I mean, somebody has to regulate them, either the market or some company or the FDA. Somebody has to like make sure, because if you're off by just a little bit, like you can completely destroy any benefit and even possibly turn something toxic, just by being like off at the teeniest tiny bit on anything, any component. Or what you'll find is that it's like more often than not, it's like drastically reduced in like its effectiveness. So like, yeah, most of the time when you're buying shit like that, like whatever you have is, it's a crapshoot if you're even getting what's supposedly on the bottle. It's different. Like, so like I take desiccated liver and desiccated organ. You can kind of guarantee that that's what's in there, unless they're just like committing fraud, because there's not like, that doesn't need to be made in a laboratory. It's just liver that's cut up, that's cooked and then dried and dehydrated.
Couldn't you do that at home?
And then put in
presumably?
a capsule.
I've never.
I do that at home. I eat it
Yeah,
raw.
I mean, you could. I just got sick of going to butchers, buying organ meat, and
Butchers.
cooking the organ meat.
You're not out there shooting them yourself
And butchering it yourself.
He's, I'm sorry, Gibbs, he's not
Shooting. Real men use bow and arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't even do that. We knife hunt our grizzly bears. Let's go.
Yeah, Gibbs, he's not a real man like you. Go ahead.
Gibbs got so loud that like something on my computer turned your volume way down.
No, my thing does that. I have it set because I get really loud sometimes, and I have it set. It like cancels me out when I'm like really yelling the woo. That's why I don't use this microphone, because it'll just blast everybody to death.
I appreciate the consideration.
You know, I try.
Yeah.
But yeah, at your own risk with the white eyes. I personally would not, but you know, you're
Yeah,
more venture. You're more.
So-
We established last
do
week.
think-
You're
I do think
a
there
bigger
is-
risk taker than
There
I am.
are supplements that you can take for like macular degeneration and retinal detachment to like help preserve your current eyes, but like
Well,
those are really expensive.
so I was real sussed out. I posted those like doctorates I got, and on Instagram, and I like put
Let
like
people know
Dr.
you're an
Gibbs.
expert. Yeah.
Yeah, I put in, you know, hashtag Dr. Gibbs or whatever, and
You mean Dr. Gibbs?
yeah, Dr. Reverie Gibbs or whatever. We did both. Don't worry, they're both tags now. And almost immediately, I got hit up by this company, and they're like, "Send us your address, we'll ship you this shit." And I was like, "They're like, yeah, and if you want to, we can do a little promo code thing, and you'll get like 50% of whatever you sell." I was like, 50%? Yeah, that sounds sus, but all right.
Oh, so really, you're just selling it on this show now. That's why I went to show.
I
this on.
haven't done it yet. I haven't agreed to nothing. There's been no agreements made. I'm not
Promo
sponsored.
code Gibbs.
Promo code Admiral Gibbs. I am sponsored by Blue Chew. Go ahead and use your code Admiral Gibbs for Blue Chew first month free.
Dude,
Well, so you do have some erectile difficulties.
What's
your
that?
volume keeps getting
Huh?
super loud and super quiet.
What's Blue Chew?
It's Dick Bills. Yeah.
He's
They're the
playing
true
with it.
ones.
It's Viagra.
Lactoid
rebranded
knows
to
what it
Gen
is.
Z
Lactoid
because their
knows
T
what it
levels are
is.
so fucking low.
I
Sure.
don't need any help. Okay.
It's,
Okay.
it's really good
I'm ready
when
to
you.
go.
It's really good when you crush
Blue
it up.
diamond.
Have you guys ever
Yeah.
tried those?
And you snort it, right? Like
Have
you got a candy flip.
have
You guys ever tried like
Red
gas station dick pills?
Table? Gas station
they're-
dick
they're-
pills?
Those
better
are,
than that.
I
Like
have
the random
not, but
ones?
those are absolutely scams for sure.
I don't know. I've tried like I think like 3 of them from the gas station,
Yeah.
just because I was curious as to like how they work, if they work, right? And they actually do work. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's not a scam. It's not a scam. It makes you kind of feel like shit, but it's definitely not a scam.
You're not supposed to do the. You're not supposed to do the rhino ones more than like 2 of them, like in a month span, because it's like super toxic apparently. That's
Have
what
you
I
seen
was reading.
that one supplement that markets itself at improving the size of your loads? It's called I think it's called
That
Locked and
100% works.
Loaded.
That okay. That 100% works.
We had this conversation, Doobie, and I know
Yeah.
the guy who sells it, and then you were like trying to like hit me up for a
You
discount.
can
Yeah,
just buy the
that's fine.
vitamins that are in that though. I was reading what I saw a TikTok about this, and I looked it up, and I was like, it's sus, and it's all just like magnesium and like niacin and some other
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah, it's just like a volume enhancer. I like it. My fiance likes it. I have no complaints.
Everybody likes bigger loads.
My only complaint is that you have to take like fucking 9 of them a day or some shit. But that beyond that, it's like it's
9
good.
of them.
I like it.
You take a lot of them, yeah, and for a long period of time.
Well, I
just
take
taking
a lot of
vitamins
like
at that point.
supplements. Like the fucking collagen pills I take are like there's like 6 of them that I take a day.
Wait, you're wasting your. You don't need collagen pills. Well,
Okay, don't fucking doctor at me, okay? I'm taking it. Fuck you.
I mean, yeah, if you want to waste your money, by all means, you probably have money to spare.
Doesn't it
Well,
help your joints, Corey?
Well, no, because people think that when you ingest collagen, it's going to go to the collagen like in your joints, but you have your digestive system that like breaks down proteins into peptides.
What's your opinion on
Yeah.
steroids, Corey?
Hold on, pause. I take collagen with my protein, but I just take it as like a protein with like a more complete protein that may or may not be healthy for the skin, but mostly I'm just taking it
Protein supplement, like, but people seem to take it for like their joints.
like an animal based. I take like an animal based grass fed protein with like A2 milk and some collagen all together, and that's 52 grams of protein and 18 grams of carbs, so it works out pretty well.
I feel like we should put a poll up on all our channels right now and see if women actually want bigger loads. I feel like that's what we should poll. That's how we should start.
We should
First of
probably
all,
get
first of
women
all,
We'll
involved.
get
First
one
of all, there's
response
probably,
from
like-
one woman in the chat
Yeah.
I was about to
collectively.
say, like,
Channel.
collectively here, there's probably like 4 women in the chat. And even then, we have to assume that they're honest, which
Yeah.
I don't assume that anybody's honest on internet polls.
I saw one study that like the thesis was that semen is an antidepressant because
All that.
like there's like some study that showed that like if you don't use protection, then like she's happier afterwards.
I can tell
That
you
sounds
from
like a
personal
guy who
experience
made that study.
that,
But
It definitely does, doesn't it?
And
yeah.
I'm sure you dissected it. Actually, you can tell me the methodology, like what exactly, or did you just read that conclusion?
it was a self.
Yeah, I've read that conclusion and then I bring it up when it's convenient for me.
Okay.
But I don't otherwise. use it.
Doobie's spreading happiness when he's taking those pills. That's what he's doing, right? That's what the whole point in the first place. Spread joy.
Well, whatever works. And he said he has no complaints from his partner. So
Also, I just Googled it, and Harvard says that collagen's good for you. So
good for you versus good for your joints are 2 separate claims.
it says
And-
good for your skin and joints. Just saying. Look at that.
Oh, I thought there was more to that. It's good for your skin and joints and
I don't want to say that
No,
you can
just-
get any scientific claim, especially when it comes to nutrition, diet, and supplements published in nearly any magazine. But you can kind of get nearly any scientific claim and study with poor methodology published. Diet, nutrition, or supplements in almost all of these. Like maybe not Nature magazine or Science, but like there are so many places that you can,
there is a caveat. These papers do come from apparently collagen manufacturers. So
well, I was
there's a
gonna
little
say,
bit of a conflict of interest there.
I trust like
little
oil
bit? You mean
producers
like a
the most
100%?
when they do panels and they do studies on alternate fuel sources. Like those are people we can trust. Exxon.
I actually, so two things. One, I wanted to quickly go back to the Vite Eyes thing that we were talking about before.
Yeah, Fight Eyes.
Yeah, yeah. Because as you described it, it was to help replace the vitamin in your eyes that like absorbs blue light. Um, so this comes from the idea that blue light is like harmful to you, in some way, right? And so like you're looking at your screens all the time, and they have blue light, and then that does a thing, and then don't let it do that thing to you. But my understanding is that's not even like real. That's like I don't know where it even came from, but it's just like a thing. And then but as soon as like you get those like health factoids, like those easily digestible health factoids, well then you can like monetize that, right? All those things. So you can sell like blue light glasses to people, and
I
you
mean,
can.
so hold on. There is some truth to that. It's just
That,
not the original claim that like that it's doing anything harmful to your eyes is what's bullshit. But if you filter it, it does reduce stress on your eyes. It's the same reason why if you're in a harbor master unit or like a air traffic control area at night, they're always using red light. It's because it's easy for your eyes to stay adjusted to the dark, and it's
Oh
the
yeah,
least
yeah,
amount
yeah.
of stress on your
So
eyes.
what I'm saying, yeah. So what I'm hearing is like it's a like when you had these health factoids, they can just become anything, and you can monetize that thing, right? So now you're running out of the vitamin, right? And so now you can replenish the vitamin because you've heard that blue light, like I described it, blue light does a thing, right? You want to stop doing that thing, and then so like let's monetize a solution to that thing. So that's just like a thing that, and you can see this. We can name examples of this as this happened like throughout history, right? Like, and by history I mean like internet history. You can just see a whole a list of these things. As soon as a public can absorb one of those factoids, then you can just do anything with that. Um,
I'm
and then
torn. I have a
I
question
can't.
for you.
oh, so and before you do that, I just wanted a quick question, Doobie. Doobie, did you start taking all those vitamins when you were like started working out, like those supplements? Because that's what people who work out do. Like,
Yeah, yeah, I
okay,
did.
yeah, there you go.
Well, you
I
can
did. I did
test
a lot
that.
of really, really unhealthy shit at the start. Like I went on a potato diet for like 6 months. Okay, I felt like I was
You're like a
dying.
kidney patient.
No, I was eating nothing but boiled potatoes with just sometimes some pepper,
Are you
maybe a little
Irish?
bit of salt. Sometimes I'd eat like 8 of them a day, right? And that's it, just with like water and that.
So what was your
I
justification?
felt like I was fucking dying. Okay, but I lost a lot of weight.
Yeah, you're getting
Um,
literally no nutrients.
yeah.
I mean,
Um,
potatoes are like a
so
superfood. They say
I
if
think
you're like
once I
stuck
got through that
somewhere.
stage of doing like, and I also
Hmm.
did the juicing thing for a while. Nothing but like
Steroids.
I was like juicing
Yeah, just
vegetables
get
and
some
shit.
Winstrol. That's what shit
Um,
then.
so after I got through that stage, right, of trying to like find a way to like crash course losing weight, I figured out a healthy way to do it, and I started taking vitamins and all that stuff.
Uh,
If you want to say something to that, go ahead, Bam. But then we'll go to Scott and Corey.
Yeah, I was just curious what the logic was behind that. Like everything as far as like fitness when you first get introduced is like cutting carbs versus like going with the most carb, like the most, starchly dense food on earth is the only thing you're consuming. Like I've just never even heard of that
While ago.
diet.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you because you did it. I'm
Oh,
wondering what was it
I
like
think
thought behind it at the time.
I think at the start, I wanted to go cold turkey on everything, right? So I wanted to do like I felt like I needed to do the hardest thing because I needed to lose so much weight, and if I didn't do the hardest thing, I would fuck up again, right? If I gave myself any outlet, right, where I was eating food that tasted good, felt good, I'd fuck up.
Okay, so that's not really a
So I
fitness
think
industry. You just like made up something.
yeah, it had nothing to do with the fitness industry. It was me saying, okay, how the fuck can I lose weight as quick as possible? Oh, some people do this. I think I remember looking it up at the time. How many calories in a bowl of potato, right? Oh, it's like 119 calories or some shit. It's like, okay, well, that's very few calories. I need to reduce my calorie count. So I just do that. Fuck the nutrients, right? And it was very stupid way to do it. So yeah, had nothing to do with the fitness industry. It was all just me being stupid.
Gotcha. Okay, I was just curious. Like I was like, I've never heard that, and I've looked at.
Scott and Corey.
So I mean I have and maybe it's a tangent, I don't know. But like I do have like this weird, like I'm not sure whether or not it is morally good or morally bad or morally neutral, and I mean this in a purely prescriptive way, right? To separate a fool from his money, right? Like if you're stupid enough to buy supplements that there's no research supporting, there's no data supporting, you only bought it because you saw Dr. Oz say it was good on TV, right? And like that's your only claim of like any expertise or anything. And you spend like a good chunk of, like, you spend 4 or 5 Netflix accounts a month. Like, is it like on this supplement that's not doing shit for you? Like, is it morally wrong because you're defrauding them in some capacity? But are you really defrauding them if you're being upfront about it and saying like, hey, we think it does these things, etc., especially when someone can very easily Google it. So it doesn't really fit the definition of fraud per se. Because the information is readily available that it's not good. And so is it morally neutral, or is it morally good to take money away from unproductive retards that don't know what to do with their money and funnel it into people that have the business acumen to take money from them? Like, is that not a better, like a good for society to give money towards more productive, intelligent people and get it away from retards?
I have thoughts on this, but like Corey, go first.
Well, I'm going to springboard off of that and build off of that. Separating fool, I think, separating fool and the money. And you said when everything's easily Googleable. So I'm going to bring it back to Lactoid, because Lactoid made a claim.
Talking about fools. Let's talk to Lactoid.
I'm not making that claim. But he said
It's the semen claim, right?
No. He said he Googled something quickly about collagen. And according to Harvard, did you read that entire article? Did you read the section on should you try collagen?
Obviously, he didn't fucking read the entire
article. So that's why I'm trying to get to the root of
This is why I emphasized, quote, I just Googled this and I clicked on the first link.
Exactly. So there is a section in this Harvard article that says, should you try collagen supplements or drinks? At this time, there isn't enough proof that taking collagen pills or consuming collagen drinks will make a difference in skin, hair, or nails. Our bodies cannot absorb collagen in its whole form because, again, like I said, we have a digestive system that breaks things down into peptides and amino acids. Okay, so you consuming collagen in its alpha helical form doesn't state if it's alpha helical form. And that's why, people can Google things,
Corey. Corey. Well, then what about this?
All vitamins.
Quote, other trials have found that the supplements can improve joint mobility and decrease joint pain, such as with osteoarthritis or in athletes. What about that, Corey?
Yeah, but that's not. So that's a separate claim. We can go down that. So you mentioned skin, hair, and nails, and apparently it's good. So that Harvard one, does it have a section there talking about should you take it? Did you get to that?
It says human studies are lacking, but some randomized controlled trials have found that collagen supplements improve skin elasticity, joint mobility, and decrease joint pain. And sperm is an antidepressant.
So what does it say under the question, should you try collagen supplements or drinks? What does it say? Does it say?
I'm trying to find that section.
You're not gonna find that in literally any fucking scientific study.
Any scientific study?
Bad scientific study. If a scientist is recommending you take a supplement in their study, like they're giving you recommendations to take a supplement or to eat a certain thing, you're almost certainly looking at a heavily biased study. Like even when you see groups like the governmental organizations, like research from them being like, where they hire someone to basically be like, let's talk about why, ultra processed diets are so great. Even the government will be like, doesn't seem that it would fuck you up too bad. Like, they don't tell you like, go eat a bunch of Kellogg's cereal, right? Like, they'll just be like, it seems to be that 70% ultra processed diet is perfectly fine so long as you're getting your macronutrients, wink wink.
Also,
right?
That's the tricky part, because I actually don't know whether Lactoid doesn't just is either being intentionally obtuse or unintentionally obtuse, and just only wants to cherry pick information where he knows that my claim is correct.
I'm gonna read the most important sentence. That said,
kind of autistic about
that said, the available research has not shown negative side effects in people given collagen supplements. There's no risk, right? There's no risk.
I agree.
It's like there's some evidence that says it's good. Is there like a ton of evidence? No, but there's no downside. So why not?
That's why. I agree with you. Assuming
a betting man should do it.
Yeah. Pascal's wager, that shit.
The risk
Well,
is
Pascal's
involving your money,
wager,
for the record.
collagen wager, exactly.
It's
I mean,
crazy.
like, the risk
This is the exact same
is
argument I use for not wearing a condom.
Amen.
There is a risk, right? Which is,
Well, there is a risk there, yeah.
Well, yeah, you can turn into Myron.
and taking it.
Yeah, you could, yeah. I don't know why he's pissed. She's really pretty. Like, that kid's gonna be like way more attractive.
He's pissed because it ruins his brand and he's done.
Who's on?
Why does that ruin his brand?
Sorry,
you want to know why it ruins his brand? All right, one, because he's been sitting here for however long preaching all this bullshit. Then he's over here acting like half his brand is Christianity, and then he's like, "Oh, by the way, get an abortion," which is pretty anti-Christian. Then he turns right around and he's like, "Oh, well, I'm so rich," and in that thing it says, "I don't have any money for you," so it sounds like he's poor. So not only is he not rich, he's not Christian, and he's a hypocrite. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Who are we talking about?
Well, he's a hypocrite. He sounds pretty religious to me.
Talking about Myron.
Yeah.
Well, no, so it's prime. I'm gonna catch you. I'm gonna catch you up a little bit. So
the losers from Fresh and Fit. Like,
yeah. So one of the dudes just recently, like a big news.
A Chinese escort, and then his friend.
He's having a kid. He's having a kid.
I was sued by my dude for trying to tell that Chinese escort to get an abortion because we're boys, bro, and the world's against us, and we like to murder babies, but pay no attention to that because the world's against us, bro. It's just idiots being idiots.
Yeah.
So something specific is weird.
She's attractive though.
Specifically mentioned collagen because I was actually just went with someone yesterday to pick up some biotin and collagen supplements. Like, and although your body from literally everything I've seen, it says that like generally the body, like a supplement as by itself wouldn't be enough to like actually affect your hair and nails.
Collagen is like most abundant protein in your body.
But if you're like protein deficient in your diet already, I was about to say it can be positive to supplement it. Like if you're having brittle nails.
You have to agree with that, Corey.
Yeah, if you're protein deficient, more protein in any form is going to help you. I agree with that.
But specifically collagen.
Almost nobody is getting the protein they should be getting for their weight. Right? Like you're supposed to be getting like roughly 80% of the protein.
Yeah, it's like the general rule of thumb is like 0.8 grams per pound of body weight.
I don't think you know how much red meat.
That's what I'm saying. Like 80% is what I mean. Like if you're
maybe you don't need collagen, Gibbs.
Like, I don't think I need collagen.
You should be getting like 160 grams of protein. Nobody is unless they're eating really healthy.
That's why I have such luscious hair. It's
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like I eat the joints of animals, and my nails are very thick.
Wait,
Corey, you have an answer to that, Corey?
Yeah, can you change out your chair for a couple of streams?
Only oxtail soup.
Change out my chair? Why?
Well, because I want to see what happens when you sit on a soft chair. Sit on a soft chair.
My back hurts too bad. I can't do it.
Okay, I rest my case.
Okay.
That's for different reasons, though.
He fucking got you there. I'm not gonna lie. He fucking cooked you there.
No, that's because I fucked up on a deadlift. That's why.
I was gonna say it's because it's like
I never deadlift.
His pectoral muscles are so like thick, right? Like it's a lot of weight on his back, and
I would actually kind of side with Corey. Like, if you're a gym rat, I'm not gonna tell you what to do, but my advice would be don't deadlift if you can avoid it. Especially if you do it wrong, like I did.
I agree with you. If you do it wrong, you can mess up a lot.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah, 100%.
How much?
Hey man, don't do this thing wrong. Sage advice.
Well, no, it's just like it's the risk versus reward you get back from it. Like anyone who the people who deadlift are like power lifters. Like they're doing it for the sport of it. Like professional athletes generally don't deadlift or power clean for that matter.
Even though they probably should, because it'll be beneficial, depending on your
it impresses women though, so there is that.
Why do you think I was trying to do it? I've way too much weight. I was trying to look good, and it definitely didn't work out.
No, when it's over your head, that second it's over your head. That's when you take the.
No, I didn't do that.
It's got to be this post.
Yeah.
Well, the over the head. That's never mind. It doesn't.
I didn't do it with my.
I apologize then.
I didn't do it with my legs at all. I did it entirely with my.
Clean and jerk, I think.
Proud of you.
Or snatch one of the
Okay. If I use the wrong term, then I do apologize.
Just clean and jerk.
Clearly, I'm not part of that particular group. I was going to talk about what Scott said. Hey everyone, this is Reverie Roundtable. We're doing the thing, right? But like it's an open discussion, so we're kind of going to see where it goes. And I think we found something interesting. I had like a backup topic that I also want to throw out there eventually, but it's completely different from what we're discussing right now. Oh, and there's Lactoid, Scott, Corey, Doobie, my man, Admiral Gibbs, Bam, amazing individual, Aiko. Thank you all right? So, and we have one other person who will be here shortly. So, you talked about, like, if you, like, separating fools from their money, right? Now,
I'm conflicted on the moral question.
You're morally
whether or not
obligated
it is morally good or morally bad or morally neutral to obviously fraud is wrong, right? But if someone's willing to buy dumb shit that isn't that effective, and you kind of just be like, hey, well, it might fucking help as long as you're not actually lying. Like with the collagen thing, right? Like if you just be like, hey, look, some studies show that there is like some improved elasticity. There's no research to suggest this is negative. Why don't you fucking try it out and see? Because it might be really good for you and you should buy it and you should test it out. And it's only fucking, buy one, get one half off right now. And if people are just like, oh my God, I gotta buy it because my joints, right? Like, fucking.
So, I buy essential oils and crystals.
And I really want to examine. I don't know if you're even trolling me, Lacto. I can
show you. I'm not trolling you.
I know you have. Okay.
He's got essential oils and
crystals. Okay, I gotta. That's gonna be like a separate conversation.
And tarot cards.
You and I have. Okay, that's gotta be a separate conversation.
But I do it just to make my room smell nice.
They do smell great. Oh my God.
I also have a user. Like, it smells good. Like, that's all.
Okay, so I'll take your I'll take your question. I'm going to take it to a different area, right? Now, I'm glad we have my friend Iko Rich here, right? Because this is going to make me sound like a edgy atheist, but it would seem to me that if the church is going to sell you on this product, being the miracles and prayer and whatnot, right?
Hold on, pause. There's better research to suggest going to church is better for you than there is for
fucking. No. But that's not what they're selling you on, right? If that'd be one thing. I'd be totally behind it. If what they were selling was like, hey, we have this community, right? And we do activities, we hang out together, and to support that community. Yeah. And to support that community.
Selling you the kingdom of heaven. They're not
exactly right.
Selling you
or hell.
Connectiveness and fucking charity,
and
fucking brotherly love. I mean, that's part of it, but mostly, they're telling you, the kingdom of heaven.
Exactly. So, if they were, so that's a different thing. Like when I was in college, I had a conversation with a professor I really respected. We had a conversation about like religious like fraud, basically, right? So not like talking about like the major ones like Catholicism or anything like that, but like it was about like people just like taking advantage of the religious. And I remember at the time, like 20 or something, I was like deeply offended that people would do that, like concerning someone's religion. Like, how could you take advantage? It's so sacred. So like even then I was like shaking my like beliefs. I don't think I was the atheist at the time, but like I thought like this was just such a violation. But I had moved so far on that, right? Like if like I'm a prosperity gospel and I can convince you that giving me money will give you blessings, well, like why shouldn't I, right? Like what were you doing with that money anyway? Like why shouldn't that person take that money?
You're missing a key thing in the prosperity gospel.
Oftentimes they're spending that money on like very important things like healthcare.
Well, so you brought up prosperity gospel, which is really interesting. So like
please fix your mic, brother.
What's wrong with it?
It just keeps going, like it keeps tuning way down to quiet and then going back up.
I mean, it looks good on my end. I mean, is that everybody having that problem?
Is that
I think it might be on your end, Scott.
I think it's
only happening with Admiral Gibbs though.
Yeah, well, that's weird because it looks like it's working on mine.
Maybe your ears are misattuned to Admiral Gibbs.
I don't know.
Yeah. So this is what's interesting about prosperity gospel, right? So I've had a problem with prosperity gospel before from a Christian standpoint, but what's interesting after I kind of dived into it is it's Not that they're just selling the, hey, give me the money and I'm going to be rich, right? It's that they're also selling the network. A lot of people that are really rich go to the prosperity gospel, and their argument is that if you're poor, you're being, disowned by God, basically. Like the God doesn't want you to be poor. You wouldn't be poor if you were actually a Christian. And so that when you go, you get the network and you inherit the network. And by going to these prosperity gospel church like Joel Osteen, you'll inherently have more opportunity to become richer because God's going to provide that opportunity by being there. So they're not even selling you fraud; they're selling you the network as well as the
I think
bullshit.
I wouldn't consider Joel Osteen to be in the prosperity gospel.
He is absolutely a prosperity gospel
I'm
son
just,
of a bitch, but bad person.
I was just say.
Well,
I
the
was gonna
Mormon
say
Church
real
works
quick,
too in Utah.
So the thing about prosperity gospel is like, there's a wide range of how that is done, right? So like on like, let's say the less egregious side, right? There is like, the Christian worldview of the first industrialists, right? That like it is good. Like if you are holy and you are good and you are righteous and you are honest and you are hardworking and you believe in God, then God will reward you. And that like your bad wealth and your bad situations isn't necessarily like is in some way a kind of like it's predeterminism, right? It's like Calvinism 2.0, but specifically with money, right? Like this idea of like, oh, you're destined to do good because one thing or another. But at the same time, I want to say that like on one end of the spectrum, it really is just telling you, okay, if you're poor, like look at your fucking life. What are you doing? Are you making high time preference decisions? Are you living in sin? Are you being kind of dishonest? Are you doing things that are like bringing about like almost like a negative karma that's affecting your finances? And then all the way on the other end of that is kind of what Admiral Gibbs is saying. Like, if you're not giving me 20% tithing, God hates you and you're going to be poor forever. And I do think that there is kind of a moral lesson, at least from, at the end of the day, it's all mysticism, so it's all bullshit. But but there is kind of like a kind of a gradient to how egregious or how maybe potentially positive it is,
So
depending on your moral system.
So I think that when I think of prosperity gospel, I think of a specific thing that I always thought was like really strange. Like, and they always came on at like that random channel at like 1 o'clock in the morning, and there was
ABC.
you'd see like infomercial that would say that like pay $5.99 and your sins are cleared. Like, or the sin, like blah blah blah, like and it was like very blatant.
I've never
Like,
seen
and
this one. Yeah.
No,
yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
was
mean,
like,
I generally think Joel Osteen is like the epitome of the prosperity.
see, I don't
gospel.
consider that was
No,
like, I don't
so the
consider
biggest dude is Kenneth Copeland, right? He's the dude who's like, plain tube full of demons. I got to have my own private jet. It's very much the idea of like God rewards his children, like the faithful, through cold hard cash, baby, right? Like you pray to him hard enough, he'll give it. He'll get you some money.
I think you guys are confusing two different things. Hold on.
that's just being.
I think you guys are confusing preachers
I Googled
that
it.
are
One second, one second,
making
one second.
money.
Let Bam finish because Bam
Harvard
like,
again?
got interrupted. So let's Bam finish. And then
This is right off Wikipedia.
Yeah. So like
Even better.
so yeah, like so that's what I consider prosperity gospel. It's saying that like giving this money is directly related to like how saved you are. Like the more you give, the more saved you are. That and these things do exist. I think that combining that with like, oh, okay, there are some pastors from mega churches who are wealthy and they may have a book or something like that, but they don't directly tie that to
No.
like they don't directly tie that to your wealth. Like me personally, as faith believing Christian, a God lover in here in a room full of sinners. Me too, saved by grace. But I only tithe, I have a church that I tithe to now, but I don't tithe if I don't see the church giving back to the community. It's specifically related to that. Some people feel like some people feel like they lose their faith if they don't tithe, and tithing is 10%, the general rule of thumb, like 10% of.
I guess we can thank the Muslims
Your
for that
income?
one, right?
Well, it's either there's two things. It's either 10% off the front end or 10% off the back end. It just depends on how exact you want to get off of that. Like basically, I do 10% after I pay all my bills and stuff like that. but to my home church, but it's because of the work they do in the community. If I ever hit a point where I felt like my church wasn't doing, like I was participating in the church where I enjoyed the message, but it wasn't like giving back to the community for whatever reason, at that point I would no longer tithe. But some people do feel like if they didn't do that, they would like somehow be ruining their blessings, and I don't buy into that personally.
So Scott, you can go, and
Gotta give
then
seed money.
Dibs. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, like, piggybacking off Bam a little bit. I think some of you guys might be confusing like pastors that are like just demanding money and are shisty with it than like prosperity gospel.
No.
Because prosperity gospel is saying like you're gonna be poor, you're gonna be like bad things are gonna come to you, and vice versa, good things will come to you if you give more money to the church. Like you know, God will reward you for rewarding me with all of this fucking money and rewarding the church, right? And like I said, there's different levels of egregiousness to that. But like if you're just talking about like someone being like, you gotta give for the Holy Spirit, that's not really prosperity gospel, because there isn't a carrot there, which is what, right? Like there's the stick, which is like, you know, hey, give us money, you need to. And there's the shame, but you need the carrot, which Bam was talking about, which is like clearing of the sins, or God will reward you. That's the carrot that like convinces you to give more money, that makes it prosperity gospel, as opposed to just going to church and then being like, black-pilled, the world is, you know, falling apart, we need money to help people. That's not prosperity gospel. That's just them shaming you into giving them money to presumably help other people, or to, you know, do things in as God wants you to do them.
So first, I want to say, you know, as a Christian, that Joel Osteen is hands down one of the biggest false prophets, apostates, evil men in the history of Christianity.
Well, they're all
Second,
false prophets.
well, we don't
All
have to go into
prophets
that,
are
but
false prophets.
he's a real bad person overall. When we can look at his responses in Houston during the crisis, like I was over here, one bedroom apartment, we got two fucking rescue boats working out of my apartment. He can't even open up the doors. But another thing, if you really examine Osteen's teachings, which I have, is Osteen is one of the like most prominent prosperity gospel teachers. His writings promote prosperity doctrine, prosperity theology, the belief that reward is a material gain, is the will of God for all pious Christians. He also promotes that if you are poor, that you are going, it's because you're not in favor of God. Like these are like, that's the carrot and the stick right there. So like he's promoting that you come to his church. Like, yeah, he like that. He is like the epitome of prosperity
Let me
gospel.
apologize if there was a miscommunication. I wasn't trying to say that Joel Osteen wasn't, because you were confusing it. I was just trying to be more clear about what it was.
I was more referring to Bam because he said he didn't think that Osteen was, but Osteen is definitely like by
You can say
hands
he's a bad
down.
person, but I don't know if he necessarily preaches prosperity.
Oh, well, I'm saying that like
a very unique thing.
Yeah, I'm saying that like whenever I look at prosperity gospel like theology, like he's one of like the defining people that like when you look at his teachings, especially his books, they like when he puts them out, he advocates that like in the book that you are poor because God hates you because you've not come to him. Like that is a thing that he promotes. In like not,
Is
I'm
that
paraphrasing
falsifiable though? It's not,
yeah,
it's not
like
fraud.
I mean, I'm not saying it's fraud.
Falsifiable,
I'm
right?
not.
I mean,
I'm not
if
saying
God
it's
did
fraud.
hate you, he would probably make you
I'm
poor,
just
though,
saying, but
right?
yeah, he like definitely.
Right.
No, he might.
I
He might make.
I suppose the
He might make you
existence
rich.
of
Rich and lonely.
the
Because
existence
what
of
does
rich
Jesus say?
atheists would
Has
be
the
falsifying
ability-
it, right?
Well,
But
right. So what does God
has-
say about rich?
God
Like being rich,
exists.
you know?
Oh my God. If God exists, he has the ability to make you rich. So if you believe in God, you might not believe in prosperity gospel, but at the end of the day, he certainly doesn't really love you, because he could make you rich if
Well,
he wanted to.
you can make the argument in the reverse. You know, what does Jesus say? It's harder for a rich man to get to heaven than it is for a needle to go through the eye of a camel. So, like, I mean, he might be like, "Well, I do hate you, so I'm going to
Well,
give
for
you
a
this
camel,
money."
A needle
Well,
can
it's a
get through the
camel
eye
to
of a
the-
camel pretty easily.
That's neither here nor there. Neither here nor there.
It's a camel. A camel can go through the eye of the needle, but like
Yeah, there you go.
archaeologists and
Yeah, it's the gates of
archaeologists-
the city. Yeah.
yeah, it's just like archaeologists discovered that that's like just a fucking bar that is like designed to make it kind of difficult for camels to get in, so they don't drink all the fucking water in an oasis. So people
Well,
keep their
also it
camels out.
sort of forced you to unpack your camel of everything that was on it in order to get through the gate,
Yeah.
which is the
So there's a
symbolism of
metaphor
us
that, like,
shedding
right,
all
like
of
you
our
oughta
wealth
tithe,
so
yeah.
that we can enter the kingdom of heaven,
Not all
not
of
burdened
it.
by materialism.
Yeah, there's
I
what do they
mean,
call? There's
sure,
no
that's
U-Haul behind
an
the hearse.
interpretation. Sure.
That's your exegesis.
That's
man.
why that's what that gate was famous for, was that you had to take all of those things off of your camel in order to get the camel in.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So again, but I said Sure.
I'm not making
So
a point against you or anything.
why do you
I'm
have
not
any
disagreeing.
money?
Well, that's the
Why do you have
idea,
any
right?
money
Money
whatsoever?
is the root of all evil, right? Love of money is the root of all evil. So you have to
I mean,
stop
that is
loving
that's
money.
one of the most immoral statements a human being could ever make. It's a
Well,
disgusting,
sure,
horrible
but
thing to
it's
say.
right. I
Money
mean,
is
Jesus says it,
objectively
right?
good.
So,
Mm.
I'm
Jesus.
just telling you. I'm not telling you that you have to be Christian. I'm just saying that within the context of the Gospels, if you believe in the Gospels, then you're not getting. It's anti-materialist doctrine.
Yeah, but Jesus
What
doesn't
he's
say
saying is
money is
Jesus
the root
is
of all
socialist.
evil, though, right? He doesn't say anything like that.
I think that is
He
that
says
is
the
a
love of
modern
money.
cope to
Yeah.
reinterpret it.
What-
That it's
so-
anti-materialist.
What
To
is-
say that,
It's considered idolatry. It's like no other god before me. Like like if you like people, it's saying if you worship money, like
Yeah, that's why people like Job are used as examples.
idolatry.
Of good,
As you're going through
good,
idolatry. Okay, fair
good
enough.
rich people.
So you talk shit about Jesus, and there you go.
But
Yeah.
it doesn't mean, but that doesn't mean that like some people take that
Yeah,
and like
Jesus-
flip it to
Jesus
like
can't
Buddhist.
fucking get antibiotic resistant tuberculosis under control in fucking Peru, but he can come fuck up my mic. All right.
Quite literally, you know.
Hey,
All right, cool.
listen,
Yeah,
they say God is a jealous
Lord,
God.
it works in
He's a jealous,
mysterious
petty
ways,
God.
man.
Yeah,
It's,
God is
but
jealous,
like some people take that to mean go like full Buddhist and say that like the Bible teaches like to never have anything. But there are richer followers in the Bible. Like
Have y'all seen the thing that they say?
Well,
that
there are.
Jesus
One of them
died away?
asks him specifically how he can be a follower, and he says, "Yes, give up all of your wealth and come follow me." And the rich man leaves sad.
Well, yeah,
that was
there's
the
stories
example.
related
Isn't
to
that why everyone's getting
Good
on that
decision.
on the redhead girl's case? Because she's like, I came to God, but hasn't given up all of her money, kept all her money, is doing like just
Oh,
the
you're talking
grip
about
thing.
Nala? You're talking
Mhm.
about Nala?
Oh, the porn.
Yeah,
star?
everyone's calling her. They're like, oh, well, if you converted and you're a true believer, we'll give up this 9 million.
Well, what's
She
funny is
sold her cars and she sold her back. She didn't give them away.
but you know what's really funny is they got they also have Riley May, and they came at Riley May about it, and she was like something prosperity gospel, and I was like, damn it.
I wanted to.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I do want to get back to this point on the prosperity gospel. To be clear, I brought up religion because it's like the first thing that comes to my mind when dealing with Scott's question specifically. It's not. I didn't bring it up like to just shit on religion. I didn't mean to make that the topic.
Yeah, I'll take that opportunity if we need to. You know.
But
It's not something it's like of all the enemies of Western civilization, like Christianity is way down on the list, right? Like I got to get rid of leftists and Marxists and commies before I start dealing with like the mystics, because like Christians are out here doing what? Like,
Maybe, let me ask you a question.
hurting nobody. Fucking.
So I wanted to ask Doobie if you're there. Are you there, friend?
It must just be stripped like instantly.
Doobie,
While you wait for Doobie, let me ask Fabian a question. While you wait for Doobie.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Fabian, do you think that the Nazis are leftist socialists?
It depends on how you want to. It depends on what you mean by that, right? So I would say
there's
that
no loaded
fascism-
question. I just want to see what you think.
So like no. I'm trying to be accurate here, right? So I would say that fascism is like the concept that third position comes after Nazism is a bit of a cope, right? Like Nazism and fascism are both forms of third position, which is to say that they are anarcho-syndicalist, right? Every single leader of the fascists in Italy, as well as almost everyone in Nazi Germany, claimed that they were socialists, claimed that they were left-wing. You know, Germany created the largest union to ever exist in the entire history of the world. Read The Vampire Economy by Gunter Reimann, a Marxist economist that absolutely agrees that Nazism is basically a mirror image of communism and the USSR and the way that it handles the economy. So economically, it's without a doubt communist and socialist from a vein of anarcho-syndicalism. Socially speaking, though, it's kind of a mix-up. It's a toss-up, right? So Hitler obviously was like a vegan. He was a lefty in some ways, but then Ein Volk was a right-wing ideology. Now, obviously, critical race theory is based in Volkism. It's based in Nazism, because and you can see it even in the language they use, because W.D. Du Bois went to Germany to study and learn about Volkism, and then he came back and wrote the Soul of Black Folks, right? He's invoking blood and soil and the Black identity, and anti-colonialism is as well. The idea that the Black is a nation captured under an oppressive nation. But again, there is something different about the majority desiring to regain control from the minority versus the minority feeling oppressed and wanting to rise up. And so the real answer is that when communism becomes a threat, because it is an existential threat to a nation and to its people, when socialism goes too far, or when it exists at all, but when it goes too far, it obviously gets more dangerous. If it's likely to take over the institutions, you will see fascism and Nazism as a response, which adopts the entire economic model of socialism and adopts most of the social policies while maintaining some race-based politics and some right-wing cultural values. And so it becomes a mishmash of a sprinkled in right-wing cultural values with all of the worst things of communism and socialism to protect the nation from communism.
Yeah.
And I'll just say this last thing. Lastly, you can tell that even though fascism is horrible, it is obviously better than communism because of those sprinkled in right-wing values are not dysgenic to society. And that's why Germany, Japan, Portugal, Spain, every place that has ever adopted fascism was able to heal and recover from fascism after 1 or 2 generations. And most places that have adopted communism have been decimated for far longer because it's slightly worse.
Also, massive ejections from the West, monetary ejections from the West. Anyway, I love, they were so communist, the Nazis, that they killed all the communists. They were so communist that they created the largest union by dissolving all the other unions and then creating an organization which was a sham, and that took orders from the capitalists. But
sorry, how is that different than China or Russia? Or was that hashtag not real communism?
Also, Karl Marx is inherently racist, so being racist is not a right-wing trope. That's definitely a left-wing thing as well.
Well, I mean, Karl Marx was a self-hating Jew, but I don't know that he was.
Oh yeah, he was
racist, but he wasn't any more racist than like your typical intellectual
person of that man. Period. Yeah. Lulak, you go ahead. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say so. Even if you want to argue that the Nazi Party was like right wing later, right after the Night of the Long Knives, I think it's like pretty indisputable that it was far left before this, right? So Gottfried Feder was actually was one of the economist for the Nazi Party in the early 30s, and he was actually the guy who brought Hitler into the party, right? Hitler was not part of the Nazi Party, and then Gottfried Feder picked him and brought him into the party and kind of groomed him for leadership. And Gottfried Feder was a avowed anti-capitalist. And anti-capitalist beliefs are actually pretty common before the Nazi Party aligned themselves with kind of the established elite, the Junkers, and some other families. And a big part of that was that, kind of in this kind of critical race theory lens, they just saw Jews as like they are the business owners, right? They're bleeding us dry. They're bleeding Germany dry. I mean, if you replace Jew with white person, like I've done this, right? You can like replace Jew with white person, and it becomes like pretty indistinguishable from modern day critical race theory, right? Like the white supremacy, the white people, they own all the money. They own all the factories. They own all the shit, right?
Business owners, or were they just money lenders?
Just give it 2 more years and all the.
So there was like a general like distaste, like under at least the Nazi Party lens prior to the Night of the Long Knives, Jews were associated, really all capitalists were. I mean, they were anti-capitalist to the core, but Jews were seen as like an inherent capitalist class, right? That were focused more on owning instead of working, which was kind of the basis for why it's called the National German Workers' Party. Now, there was a point in which Hitler, because he was a demagogue, kind of betrayed a lot of the more far left elements of his own party, had them killed, and then associated with different political parties. But there's still some elements that were left-wing that lasted till the very end. So I think the honest take is probably there's some far right takes the Nazis had, some far left. But at the beginning, like bring Hitler into the party, they for sure were as far left as it gets.
The big issue is because they're all like victims of populism. That's the combining factor between the two. Whenever you like have whenever you have some like other evil entity that you have to fight, and then you lean into this like this one people or this small group of people like are here to save you, and we have to revolt. Like you're gonna end up at that same place no matter where you get. Like that's why I'm a strong institutionalist versus like a revolutionary.
I got Rich.
So it's interesting that we're talking about this today, the day of the eclipse, when the rapture was supposed to happen, because I think that the conservatives in Germany must have been raptured sometime in the 1920s, right? Because if you look at all the different parties that ran in the 1930 election and then in the 1932 election, what you'll find is that you had on the left, you had the Social Democrats and the Communists, and then you had the Center Party, which is just an establishment party that wanted to be sort of the middle of everything, right? And then you had, the Nazis, who were themselves apparently left wing. Pretty much 100% of Germany was left wing then, right? So where did those German conservatives go? Did they just vanish and come back 40 years later, like after everything settled down? Well, like, who were the conservatives voting for?
Well, hold on. Of course this happened.
Real quick.
Look at America during the Great Depression. Look at the shift of politics there as well.
Right. So yeah, I agree. I'm just saying, where did they go?
Hold on, real quick.
I can tell you where the Americans.
Hold on. Am I muted?
They lost.
No,
I'm just answering
Lactoid's
question.
We were just ignoring you, Scott.
So
I know you haven't had a lot of time to talk so far today, Scott, but I'm just answering the question that
Lactoid got at his usual 80% talking time.
It's really simple. It's really simple, right? So
real simple.
I challenge you. I challenge you, right, to find a Republican that is in a swing state district. Swing state or a swing district in Congress or in the Senate today that you could say is more right wing than the Democrat Party in the 1990s. So when you say like, well, where did the right wing people go?
Yeah.
If you look at the Republican Party today, it is absolutely what the left wing party was in 1992. Right, 1994 crime bill. Bill Clinton has multiple missions to close down the southern border so that we can control it. Bill Clinton initiated welfare reform so that we could save money and have a more efficient welfare system and get rid of people leeching off of welfare. Bill Clinton repealed the Glass-Steagall Act. Like, Bill Clinton is a better Republican during his presidency than any Republican alive today.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but who did they vote for? Who did the conservatives vote for?
Right. So when that's the thing, is that like when you say like, well, who did the conservatives vote for? We're living right now in America where conservatives are voting for a left-wing party that just happens to be less left-wing than the other party. There is no right-wing party in America today. So what did they do? They voted for the left-wing party that aligned with their views more, just like Americans are doing today by voting Republican.
Yeah, but okay, so right, and who was that party? Who was
they probably voted for the Christian?
Who was the least left-wing party that they could vote for?
They voted for the Christian Democrats and the Nazis.
Was it the Communists?
Most likely, yeah.
Okay, it was the Socialists. So the Socialists were the conservatives. You're saying the conservatives were voting for the Socialist Party?
Because they were the most conservative.
Right now are socialists.
The most right wing.
Literally 75% of the U.S. national debt. 75% of the U.S. federal budget as we speak right now includes two things. It includes welfare and it includes debt, interest on the debt. That's 75% of the entire U.S. federal budget. And yet there isn't a single Republican other than like Thomas Massey and Ron Paul.
You assume that monetary conservatism yeah, of course, I know. Like, this is amazing. I love that when I just let you talk about these things, because then you just say ridiculous things. So it just like,
well, this was the answer I wanted, because basically what he's saying is
to just say it's absurd.
I'm sorry. Can I clarify something real quick? Aiko, can you? I mean, maybe I'm wrong in this. I can't think of a single country where like a moderate conservatism was in power or like made any kind of political gains during the Great Depression. I mean, we're talking about an era, not only like the Great Depression, we're talking like massive war indemnities, and Germany's economy is just in the absolute shitter.
But this is why I'm not looking at.
Of course, everyone's going to be a fucking leftist.
This is why I'm not looking at control of the legislature. I'm looking at the popular vote. Right, there were still plenty of Americans who voted for the Republican Party during the Great Depression. It's just that it wasn't enough for them to like take over Congress or to get the White House. Yeah, but I can tell you who the conservatives voted for. What I should say the pro-capitalists voted for in the Great Depression is they
even they weren't as bad off as Germans though. Like following World War I.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So, but my question is, who was the least left wing party? Now, your answer is that it was the socialists.
No,
Socialists were the most
I think
conservative option at the time.
the least
Christian
left wing would be
nationalists.
the Christian Democrats,
And the
who were
Nazis.
like kind of the Christian Democrats were like a moderate German party.
The
And you have the
CDU?
Nazis. Yeah, the
Yeah, and the
CDU.
Nazis.
But that's what I
And the
told you.
Nazis.
No, the CDU were not the Nazis.
Not in 1930 and 1932. After the war, the CDU becomes a thing, and it becomes becomes a center right party. But I would say
There was
the closest thing
of
to
course
that-
there was a CDU before. Wasn't there?
Well,
Am I-
no, yeah, but they got. If you're
They
talking
got
about,
stopped, but they existed.
you got to go pretty far down the list to find it. I can't even find them on the list in
All right.
1932.
Also,
no,
I think
yeah.
I think that you. I'm sorry.
If they got less more than 0.5% of the popular
Hold on.
vote,
So-
I mean, didn't you also
Sorry.
like the Conservative People's Party?
I'm sorry, I want to get this in because Scott rightly said you can't just say my idea is ridiculous, but I was literally going to say another thing, and then other people started talking. And then I'll go to Bam and everyone else.
Lactoid, I'm sending you some.
Yeah, like
Catholic Center Party.
I think it's interesting that
Yeah, the center party is the one I mentioned. Go ahead.
I think it's interesting that when you talk about like why the Republican Party or any, maybe not any party, but like the Republican Party is not conservative, you bring up monetary policy, right? And you say that to say, well, they're not being monetarily conservative, at least in your viewpoint. So that shows that they're not conservative. I think all that goes to show you is that like that was a lie to begin with for conservatism. That I think there are many brands of conservatism, and there are brands that don't include a fiscally conservative viewpoint, right? Not at least not a real one, right? The virtue signal to that, but not like a real one. But that doesn't. But to say then that means they're socialists, right? On the other hand, because they spend money. It's just like the reason why that frustrates me when you say these things, Scott. It's because I know that like more than.
What's your definition of socialism?
Hold on. Let me finish literally the words I was about to say, right? And we can like discuss this, right? I know that you have a very defined idea of what socialism is, right? And in any of these categories, right? I know you have a defined idea about these things.
I'm distinct and descriptive and accurate as opposed to vibing it out.
So what I'm saying is that like but then I see you lump everything within socialism, like, and it's like the things.
Right, what's your definition of socialism?
No. I'm asking you. I want to put this on you, right? Because my definition can be all kinds of things. But like, what is your definition here? Because if your definition of socialism truly, and you weren't just trolling, truly includes the Republican Party, then I feel like I don't. Like it doesn't sound like it's so distinct.
Yeah. No. So here's the issue, right? Is we as humans, we live in the present and we view history based upon our own lifespan, right? So we have a difficult time conceptualizing things as they were before we were born, obviously. And we tend to look at things within generational shifts and within like 100 years, right? So what you have to understand is that the denazification process after World War II absolutely had a tremendous effect on political conservatism in the Republican Party over here, in the sense that when we were still allies with Russia in the beginning, we were doing everything we could to rewrite the concept of moral rights and moral wrongs. And the entire intelligentsia of Europe, including America, was running with their tail between their legs as the horrors of communism come out to rewrite what is morally righteous within academia. We have been, as a nation, as a political party, as a philosophy, have been completely infected to the point where, yes, our right-wing party is espousing socialist ideas, socialist tendencies, and socialist policies. So if your definition of socialism is the original one, well, that really doesn't make sense anymore, right? The pre kind of like right at the French Revolution, that definition of socialism would simply be that like you're doing things for the benefit of everyone, right? And that could apply to basically any political ideology. Right? If you're using a high communist, vulgar Marxist kind of interpretation of socialism, right? Then socialism is the transitory state in between the utopic communism and the death of capitalism, because its inherent contradictions need to be solved by slow or fast revolutions and state-based policy where state takes over aspects of the economy for the benefit of the people and for the benefit of the worker. And I don't know how you can look at a program like Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid or any of these other programs that are wealth redistribution programs that are designed to fix the problems of capitalism, in giant air quotes, right? To redistribute and solve the inherent contradictions of capitalism for the benefit of all of the workers, and then say, well, that's not socialism because they're right wingers and I don't think they like black people as much as the left does. It's stupid.
Well, hold on. Actually, can I add to that before you go? I want to take issue with one thing, which I think you kind of touched on, is that this concept that race-based ideology is a right-wing talking point. It can be. But I would also like to point out that Karl Marx is an avid racist. He's the epitome of like left-wing philosophy when it comes to government. He's avidly talks about how the American N-word should be wiped off the face of the earth, and that slavery should be reinstated. All sorts of stuff because they're subhuman. Talks about the Jewish N-word and says this all sorts of stuff. So this is a left-wing ideological person. So the idea that the right-wing, that racism is a right-wing ideology is bullshit. It can be either side, and so that's part of the reason why when people go, "Oh, the Nazis aren't socialists because they were racist," I just laugh.
Dude. First of all, you're arguing with no one because
I'm just saying.
Okay, well, sorry. Well, there might be Twitter individuals who think that racism is purely a right-wing problem, right? But
literally only the Groypers would be based Marx.
Yeah, racism is I'm not familiar with those statements from Marx, but I can believe that because I know he has said racist things. But I can believe that he said those things, but that people on the left generally understand that leftists can be racist. I've experienced racism on the left. Okay, right. So no one's arguing against that. All right.
So have I.
As have all
I'm sure you have. But so I don't think that Republicans are actually in favor of Social Security or Medicare or anything like that. I know they'll say, "Hey, we're not going to touch those things because there are practical electoral concerns that they're concerned about." Right? I think they're all frauds. I think they're all absolute frauds. I think that the modern conservative party is hold on.
But I mean,
hold on.
Then they obviously don't believe in the inverse.
Hold on.
Or they would do something about it.
Hold on. I think they're all frauds. Which is something to be said. But I think even among the ones who do believe it, I would say that they at least are conservative, right? There are true believers out there, maybe not within our Congress, but they certainly exist. And if you have a definition,
I just said they were socialists. You can be a
if you have a
socialist.
definition.
Just look at any tanky.
Sure. If you have a definition of socialism that includes the most right, well, I shouldn't say that. One of let me not go down that path because then we're gonna have to fight on a different thing. If it includes the Republican Party, I don't think it's a useful definition. That when people are just,
then what's your definition?
Well, that's why I'm trying to focus on your thoughts here, right? Because
I gave the one that Marx put forward.
Sure, I don't want to argue back and forth on what it should be. I'm just I want to say that the thing that you're doing is less useful. If everything, because you called Republicans socialists, you said fascism is basically socialist, right?
Right,
or communism, the other side of communism, right? It seems like you're blending all these things together. I'm not saying I have the right definition, whatever my definition is. I'm just saying that what your definition doesn't seem to be useful in any particular conversation, because there are going to be people who are going to nod their heads about like you talking about like the Nazis were socialists, right? They're going to be people who like nod their heads along, right? Like, yeah, you're definitely right. There were definitely left wingers, right? And they'll agree with you, and they'll keep agreeing with you until you say, well, Republicans were also socialists. Then then you bring it to a modern context, and like, well, that's not the case, right? Like what I believe is different from what those left wingers believe, and so like if we're all the same thing, then where is where do you have a useful where do you have useful lines?
This isn't a critique. What you're saying is I'm not participating in the delusion of the masses that the right wing is a meaningful, and that conservative and that the Republicans are a meaningful bastion against leftist philosophy, because I point to the exact ways in which they are leftist, the exact ways in which they are socialist, and the exact ways in which they are participating in the slow destruction of free market, free enterprise, and freedom and liberty. And then you go, well, that's not useful to say that they're bad too, but you don't have an argument against the truthfulness of what I'm saying, and you won't put forward a definition of socialism other than what I said, which is Marx's definition. Like, that's how Marx describes socialism.
Sorry.
As a process.
The reason why I won't put forth a definition is because we're going to end up fighting about like what my definition happens to be, right?
I'm curious though as to your definition.
We can talk about that later. But like I will be fighting about what my definition happens to be, and then comparing which one is more useful. What I'm saying, a useful definition would be more specific. So like it seems like to me that what your definition is doing is saying that these individuals, like, well, you just said it, right? They're not a useful bulwark against leftism. You're saying that
Burkean conservatives are just
what's the expression
going the speed limit.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. It's like, so like, I'll even give you an example, right? Like, if I took like a Bill Clinton standpoint, like border security from however many years ago, right? And we compared it to leftist border security now, totally different, right? But if we look at Bill Clinton's border security from like the 90s,
yeah, he's a Republican. Hold on.
Yeah, he'd be a Republican, right?
Yeah.
So like,
to be very clear,
modern definition, like,
but please don't tell me that, like, because like there's no point in saying that to me. You're preaching to the choir.
That's not true.
I will readily say that Democrats are Republicans, right? I will say that they're conservatives.
Bill Clinton was extremely progressive.
I'll look at it from the other.
That doesn't sound like you have a very useful definition of conservative. Okay,
I'll look at it. No,
that the Democrats are conservative.
No. I say corporate Democrats like Bill Clinton, right? He ushered in
Right, but you're doing the same thing I'm doing.
No, I don't think I am. Right? I'm saying that that they are, and maybe. Well, actually, let me put this forth. Then we'll discuss. Am I doing the same thing that you're doing? Okay, right? I say that corporate Democrats are center right. I'd say that AOC's statement previously that her and Biden would not be in the same party if this was a parliamentary system. I think that's absolutely correct. I'd say that like the position of corporate Democrats, right? Like if we were just to break like our usual focus on the left-right divide, they would place them as a center-right party, right? And that's okay. But
I agree. And the same thing with Thomas Massey and Ron Paul, right? If we had a parliamentary system, they would just be in the Libertarian Party. They wouldn't be in the Republican Party.
Can we disagree right there?
Right.
We'll go to the next thing. That's just not true. Like I know it sounds good to say like, oh yeah, they're basically conservative. They're trying to like keep things the way they are. But like but the Democratic, even the establishment Democratic Party is generally almost extremely progressive. Even if we look back to like, you want to say that Bill Clinton was a conservative. Here's some of his policies that we would still like today. He expanded childhood immunizations. He had a $500 tax credit. He signed the Brady Act. He had an assault weapon ban. He had the Violence Against Women Act. He increased the minimum wage. He had higher air quality regulations. He created the Hope Scholarship. Like, you know, all this money we're spending. They had the Campaign Finance Disclosure Act. Like these aren't like, oh, you know, center of the pack conservative policies. These are extremely radical, extremely progressive policies. These are like some of the highest government spending in the interest of individuals that we've seen in the history of the United States. None of that was radical.
Seen him and Donald Trump.
You literally banning assault weapons.
What is radicalism to you? What is radicalism?
No, I'm saying because they're already banned, you don't think they are now. But prior to the concept of saying that you can't own this gun at all, that's not a radical policy.
It is radical policy.
I'm not saying it's not.
Of course
radical.
it is.
I'm just saying.
You're
Donald
banning.
Trump and Bill Clinton are basically the same.
Sorry.
I know because you were I don't maybe you were born in 2003 and it's like an acceptance of like all these things have already been in place all your life, so you assume they're like okay, this is the way things are supposed to be. Prior to them,
we've had strong gun laws in this country before, right? We weakened our gun laws, and then our gun laws have fluctuated, right? And our ideas of like what gun regulation should be has changed drastically. Right, so like what it is today, I'm just basically saying the Overton window on those things have moved. So I can acknowledge that it was a shift at that point.
But I'm saying that like
same-sex
words for it,
and like Tipper Gore was going after Satanist music
and increase to the minimum wage. Is there any leftist progressive here who doesn't consider increasing the minimum wage? Do they consider a conservative policy?
I'm saying that
you're saying this is a conservative party.
I'm saying
cherry picking.
Sorry.
Well, I think Bam's right. Like to a degree on this, like right,
okay.
like it is the Overton window.
What about repealing Glass-Steagall? Is that super progressive lefty to like let commercial banks and private banks invest in the same businesses? Like, yeah, you can pick and choose certain things from Clinton that are like left-wing progressive things, and then you can pick and choose things that are today considered very conservative. My point is that when you compare somebody like Bill Clinton's policy to your typical Republican in a swing state today, they're almost identical because the Overton window has moved over to the left. They literally are.
Okay, name a conservative whose policy lines up even close to Bill Clinton's. Just give me one.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump does not.
They have the same immigration policy.
John McCain.
They have the same welfare
policy.
I'm
saying
they have the same education policy.
No, they do not have the same welfare policy. Bill Clinton had massive expansion on welfare.
Bill Clinton expanded welfare?
Yeah, for sure.
Bill Clinton reduced welfare.
That's not true.
By working with Newt Gingrich, he worked with Newt Gingrich to make welfare cheaper and less expensive, and to make sure that welfare queens got
less people were on welfare, but the welfare, the access people had increased.
No, he turned it into block grants for the different states.
What did Trump do? Trump went in and had all of these special programs to try and bring welfare and bring business into the black community.
The biggest thing he attached to welfare
are nearly identical in their fucking policies. But you know who's not nearly identical in their policies? Biden and Clinton. Those are radically different.
They're not. I'm saying we're just living in two different worlds. The biggest thing that increased. No, I'm literally gonna tell you the biggest thing that decreased the number of people, the total amount we spent on welfare was related to the fact that he attached work incentives. Basically, the fact that you had to turn into that you were looking for work.
That's a Republican thing.
Yeah, the access to welfare, the total access to welfare increased. The amount of benefits you were able to receive under welfare increased, but you had to look for work, which ended up pushing like 10 million people off of welfare because they found employment.
That's a Republican policy.
Government grew under Bill.
No, you're
and so did welfare grew, and he worked with the Republicans to have a
because I was about to say it's an effed up thing to say progressives are anti-work. Like I'm not gonna own that position. I'm not gonna own it. Like
I didn't say anything about anti-work.
Because he's saying that
Donald Trump are basically the same. Trump is a 90s
but we can't name a single policy that's the same one.
Okay, hold on. Yeah. So real quick, I'm just looking at this. So overall welfare usage went down. It declined like sharply because of Bill Clinton's policies, at least according to the Wikipedia.
Correct.
Right.
The total number
and spending. Yeah. So spending also went down. He cut it up into block grants and gave it to the individual states, which again is a Republican incent, like it's a Republican agenda, as opposed to like subsuming it within the federal government. Like in terms of welfare, he
was literally the last
he himself said.
On the border and border wall.
Bill Clinton himself said, like, we are going to end welfare as we know it, right? Like he was one of the most anti-welfare presidents we've had in the modern era.
Again, there's a difference between the total spending going down and the benefits the people who are on welfare have access to going up.
No, Republicans today love the idea of more efficient wealth redistribution because they're fucking socialists. They love the idea of if I can get more people on welfare, but I can have a path to getting people off of welfare and into the job market. Oh, the fucking Koch brothers would sign that bill in a hot fucking second. That's what modern conservatives are about. They're about programs and wealth redistribution, but they want them to be effective, and they don't want like immigrants to just like utilize them
some conservatives
and, like, forever. They want them to get people out of poverty and be a stepping stone to making them productive Americans. That's the conservative opinion and position of welfare, and that's the position that Donald Trump has. And that's the position
Donald Trump's position is literally just a cut. It's not a stepping stone. It's not access
that's
to more
not
people.
True. He increased welfare. He increased small business loans. He increased the Small Business Authority. He gave HUD more fucking money so that more black people could get homes. He started operations and initiatives to bring businesses into the black community. You're just making up shit.
I mean, honestly, like Donald Trump was a well-known like Democrat for decades until he decided to run. Yeah, he's been a New York Democrat. Yeah, but I mean, like, even then, he's like a moderate Democrat. That's the reason I brought up Clinton eventually, right? Like, because Clinton was a moderate Democrat, right? And you compare it to like policies now, and sure, like the Overton window has moved, and like that's why when you say conservatives or whatever, like it's some conservatives, not every conservative is following in the category that Scott's saying, and that's why Scott, I think, specified in swing states because they're not going to be a true Republican conservative or a true conservative. They're going to be sitting here
blue dog Democrats,
right? Yeah,
they're Republicans that are.
Right, yeah, they're gonna be they're gonna lean a lot more one way on these issues, and it's not gonna be a true like conservative, like I don't want regulation, I don't want socialism, all this stuff's bullshit. Like that's not what they're gonna be about because they're not. They're gonna they're gonna have to pander to their masses in order to stay elected in those states. And I mean, to some extent, Scott is correct on that statement, and I would say probably mostly correct. And that's part of the reason why I brought up Bill Clinton as the example, because now if you had Bill Clinton run, he would be in a totally different party. He would be a Republican. He absolutely would be a Republican. It's really not a debate.
On what? Like the board?
All of his policies.
We name one thing.
Bill Clinton.
I mean, welfare, the border, his military
gay marriage, and was against gays being out in the army. You know what I mean? Like he was a social conservative.
Well, yeah, sure. No one was pro gay marriage at the time.
And the Clinton administration
was still in the height of the
satanic panic because they were hardcore fucking Christian reactionaries up against heavy metal music and against Dungeons and Dragons and against video games because it's going to cause school shootings. Like no matter how you look at it, Bill Clinton is more conservative.
Just show me the conservative is going to ban guns. Show me the gun banning conservative and what we can.
Literally, Donald Trump did the bump stock ban during his presidency. Like he restricted gun access.
Yeah, that's a radical leftist position in my opinion. Bump stock ban. Why can't I have a Stinger missile?
And
like that's what I'm saying. Like
and the creation of the Hope Scouts, the biggest educational investment since like.
Donald Trump doubled the money that HBCUs got, number one. And number two,
he gave like $2 million. Let's not have that conversation. That was not a real policy.
Nothing's a real policy, and it's
it's legitimately not a real policy. He signed.
Hold on, man. Do you think that bump stock ban?
We got to let him respond at some point.
Donald Trump. Last real quick. Donald Trump has been an advocate multiple times. You can find quotes from him over and over and over again, where he has talked about how he will sign a bill that does red flag to get rid of conservatives or anybody else's gun rights if someone says that they're crazy or that they're mentally unstable. And let me tell you, that is a far more radical policy than the assault weapons ban.
I mean,
way more radical gun control policy. The idea that like your ex-wife can call and say, this person seems dangerous and he's made threats against me. Please take away his guns. We'll worry about it in court in a year. That is a very radical gun control policy.
Do you think that the bump stock ban that Trump put out or the red flag one or like his stance on like gay marriage would be conservative Republican positions generally?
What, in the 1990s?
Trump's currently, like, because Trump has been a very big advocate for gay marriage his entire life.
Advocate?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you watched.
He actually has been for generations. Yeah,
massive.
He's the first president who started out a advocate for gay marriage when it was legal.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Obama in 2008 didn't like it.
Yeah, so he's been like so when
But
when I
you
say
shouldn't give him
Trump,
credit for that part though. That part it doesn't make sense to give him credit for that,
no,
right?
he was an advocate before.
Obama started off against gay marriage.
No,
Trump started off in favor of gay marriage. I'm
hear you.
curious.
I hear what you're saying. I know that you're correct when you say that. But I'm saying giving him credit for that is on that specific note, right? Now,
expedient position to be in what the majority already believes.
Well, hold on. He was already. He was
our first LGBTQ ally president.
That like
he
it
was
already
also pro. No, he was pro gay marriage before it was legal. If you remember watching The Apprentice, there was a big episode that Christians boycotted because they came after this guy for being gay. He says, "Oh, you're gay? Doesn't matter," and then moves on and fires the other girl because she brought that up. And he's been a big advocate of being like pro homosexuality and pro LGBTQ.
I'm not okay. So and again. Here's the thing. And what you just did there, like, demonstrates the thing that I was having a problem with our friend Scott, right? Like, yeah, you could be a conservative and not be shitty to gay individuals, right? Like, individual conservatives can have friendly relations with gay individuals, right? And individual conservatives can still have because that's not. I'm sorry. Right, we don't seem to understand that individuals, right, who like have are all heterodox, right? There's a few people, except maybe for our friend Scott. We actually might have an exception, literally right here, right? But few people are so and purely tied to an ideology, right? Like that you can sit down and me, like as a leftist, and you guys know I'm a leftist, and you'll find something that you might consider conservative. Like you go down through all my beliefs, you might find something that'll be conservative, right? That's how everyone works. So it's not useful to say, well then, oh, that's not a conservative if he was kind to a gay individual, or if he has like black friends. Like none of that matters, right?
Trump does have black
and
friends.
being anti-black isn't necessarily a conservative position.
I
don't mean to say that.
And he has Mexican friends, right? He eats taco bowls.
And he has Mexican friends. He eats tacos.
No, but that actually proves Scott's point, right? So, like, this is the point he's making, right? I'm like an individual liberty conservative. I'm not a religious conservative, right? When I go vote, I'm an individual liberty conservative. I think gay rights, people should be able to do whatever they want in their own homes, etc., etc. When it comes to economic policy, I'm pretty anti-socialism. I'm an ultra-capitalist. I talk about like ultra-capitalism all the time. I don't think we need to have. I would even go as far as to say I'm more capitalist than Scott on some issues because he's over here talking about moral things. But some of them, you talk about morality like debates. Well, I mean maybe, but like you talk about morality on some of these. I
just spent the last week championing price gouging in disaster relief zones, and
well, in that case,
that's the easy position because every economist supports that. By the way, that's an easy position.
Were you actually practicing capitalism, though, right? Gibbs, don't you own like a business or something, right?
Yeah,
he actually was practicing capitalism.
Okay, I bought stocks, Prime Ties. Okay. I'll have you know, I'm a proud part owner of Delta.
So here's my argument for what I was going to say. I may be more capitalist. He actually argues about the morality of like, hey, whether some people should do this when regards to capitalism. And my take is, take advantage of these fuckers. Their money belongs to me. It's better spent with me anyway, right? So it is more capitalist. We don't have to go into whether or not. But the point that
free exchange of
the point that I'm making, the point that I'm making is this, right? Is so whenever I'm talking about like Bill Clinton or versus like, hey, like Trump, they're very similar to policies. Trump is like a '90s Democrat, right? And there is this Overton window, kind of like we were just talking about. But I think he is right. I think lately the Republican Party is by definition has socialist policies that they're pushing, and they're not a bulwark against socialism like they used to be. I don't know why that's even controversial, really, as a talking point.
So I just want to say, I'll say this one thing, and then you can back to Bam and Scott. And I actually don't want to bring other people in because I'm sure other people have thoughts on this, right? But I was thinking about it, and I'm like, oh, am I actually doing the same thing as Scott, right? And I think maybe to a certain extent I am, right? Because this is definitely like a matter of perspective. So like, I'm basically saying that with the corporate Democrats and Republicans, like they form like a uniparty, right? That they have more in common than they have non-common. And I'm not seeing much of a difference, right? And so when you say that, well, Bill Clinton is like Donald Trump, right? Yeah, I can totally buy that, 100%, right? But when I look at that, right, from my perspective, being on the left, that looks like conservatism to me. And then your perspective, being on the right, like that looks like leftism to you because they are less right than you are, right? So, but like I also don't
real terms.
But sorry. So let me just finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish this. All right. So it seems like it's just a matter of perspective, but I don't make the thing that I don't do is go the extra step and saying, well, like they're all fascists, and I think fascism is from socialism, but you disagree on that. That's fine. But I don't say that like, well, anyone to the right of me is fascist, right? And it seems like what you're doing is that anyone to the left of you is a socialist, is a leftist, essentially, right? That they have some what you consider to be heterodox policy standpoints, and so they are socialists. And I'm saying like that's not useful, even if from our framework that these two entities, right, that people say are different, the corporate Democrats and Republicans, that to say that they have similar policies, like it's not useful to just label them all like either fascist or socialist. There you go.
So let me respond to this very quickly.
Okay.
Or as quickly as I can be, right? Let me respond. What you are doing is you are using a subjective definition of all of these political philosophies. And I think that is inherently not only is it not useful, I think that it gets very close to dangerous when we start utilizing political philosophy, especially things that are tied to ideologies like fascism or socialism or communism, right? That have participated in violent overthrows and revolutions and committed genocide and all these things, because you start to get to this point where you begin to justify things based off of a subjective feeling of the political philosophy. That is what you are doing when you say, well, they appear to be conservative to me, but they appear to be leftist to you. Now, what I'm doing is I'm using definitions and then saying, and doing the best that I can to define these things, and then saying, do they fit this definition? So a conservative, for example, a Burkean conservative is someone that is intentionally making sure that there are not drastic or radical policy changes that occur in a short span of time, because the government needs to slowly progress, because we must fear the concept that we throw a wrench into something if we allow government to progress too far or too quickly. When I say socialism, I'm using the definitions and the concepts that it originates from. The concept that the state is getting involved in the market economy and using regulations or redistribution as a means of fixing the inherent contradictions in capitalism, as Marx sees it, and that those inherent contradictions will lead us to late stage capitalism and beyond, and we need more and more socialism if we don't get a revolution for the people because they are critically conscious. I'm using those definitions, and so I'm not vibing out where they sit compared to me. What I'm doing is I'm using a definition to say, do they fit this definition? And so I don't know how you have an argument against that if you refuse to give definitions or critique mine.
I don't know if Mark would use any definition that includes any existing market in Mark's definition of socialism, even if it's a transition.
You have not read any Marx if you think that.
Marx, I'm about to say, because Marx is
or any Engels or any vulgar Marxists.
Anti-Marxist. Got you. So
no, he literally says multiple times.
All right, I'm gonna have my
and he says capitalism has been the best economic system the world has ever seen
now, for sure.
Up to now, yeah.
Yeah. Now there's a middle point of truth. There is a reality that the parties that exist in this country exist under the umbrella of liberalism. That's the part subject that we all agree towards. So the reason that we can have separate parties under the concept of liberalism is there is some overlap or belief that like basically there's different perspectives on things, but they all fit under they can coexist in the same country. I don't think communists and fascists could exist as two parties in a stabilized country. Like I don't think that I don't think there's a
They're literally in every parliamentary country in Europe. like explicitly, openly fascist party,
All right,
almost got a majority vote
I'm
in
gonna repeat
Germany.
exactly what I said again. I don't think that communists and fascists can coexist in a party in a country because I don't think they can coexist because they're two completely separate entities. They cannot in any country on earth, and they don't. The where the issue comes in is whenever we say things like, "Oh, they're basically the same. They're doing the same policy." It comes off as someone who isn't engaging with what's actually happening. When we look at our Congress, when we look at our citizens, when we look at every sector of our politics right now, they're not the same. They couldn't be more different. Well, they could be more different from each other, but like we're teetering on the edges of how different we can be from each other. We literally have a Congress that's almost non-functional at this point because we can't pass legislation because we're so far apart on issues. You have segments of the Democratic Party that are again teetering towards strong elements of somewhat socialism, I would say. Like I said, it's still markets. Like I don't like that definition of it, but yeah, somewhere towards integrated social movement. And then you have large swaths of the Republican Party that are teetering towards extreme populism, leaning not quite, but closely into fascism in their attachment to Trump, especially if you look at politicians like Marjorie Taylor Greene and a few others. So it's strange that we would look at the state of the country as it currently exists. Look at how tough it is to get anything done, and say that like, oh, these two parties are the same. Like that just doesn't. It doesn't feel like we're engaging.
Hold on with that. So
Nothing-
you're
none
saying
of
that
what you said
fascism
makes any
and
sense.
socialism or communism can't coexist? Let me tell you why you're wrong.
The
With two real
Molotov-Ribbentrop
with
Pact.
with two real world examples that we have today, North Korea and China. Are you saying those are not fascist and communist, like, or fascist socialist combinations?
Yeah, I don't consider China to be China calls themselves communist. I don't consider China to be communist. I actually consider them to be extremely
They are,
capitalist.
but okay. What about North Korea then? North Korea is definitely socialist and fascist, like as a combo. Like, what do you? How do you say that doesn't exist and then deal with North Korea existing?
I consider you're calling them fascist. You're saying that they have an economic belief on top of like having a dictator. But I'm saying that like when I speak on communism, I'm talking about stateless societies. I'm saying that people who advocate for a stateless society and people who advocate for like this one true fascist leader. I'm saying
Utopia.
Well, that's the same problem I have with Scott's argument all the
time.
That's the same problem I have with Scott's argument when he talks about libertarianism. And I'm like, okay, well, that's great and all. I believe that you believe that, but we don't live in a libertarian society where everybody's their own government. Guess what? Same thing with what you're saying. They're talking about stateless society. Guess what? That doesn't exist either, Papa. But North Korea does exist. So, like, how do you tell me that they're a dictator with socialist policies and then sit here with a straight face and tell me that they can't coexist? Like, I just
explicitly stated that
there's also no like parties
low communism, and that low
Yeah.
communism is the
they have their
instantiation of
party.
the socialist superstate to take over the resources for the people, and that then there will be like an awakening or critical consciousness, if you will, right, where you would transition to the utopic stateless society. So a state-based socialist state is explicitly part of the praxis of communism. So like, you can't say it's only real communism. How is that? That's literally how Marx describes it. It's a process. Like when you look at Engels and you read Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, Part 1, right? And you see him give a historic reference of, the historical dialectical materialism and the way that he shows, the industrialists becoming the new form.
And they say you have to kill all the fascists.
What?
I'm saying that the general communist, the communist perspective is like, oh, okay, like the capitalists and the fascists can't coexist with you. You're saying that like you either have to be re-educated or killed.
What about Cuba?
Germany and the USSR signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, and the USSR gave financial and economic support for Germany to invade Poland and then switch sides. Like the concept that they can't work together ever, and that like they can't have similar goals when they have a nearly identical economic model with different social values is wildly just ahistorical.
Yeah, I mean, if you also look at like Cuba, Venezuela currently, so like North Korea, all of these are in the transitionary like states where you have both. So like what you're saying is just blatantly like not factual or true. Like,
because you're talking about places without parties, without
because you might
government
become a
system.
communist. But like, read some Marxism if you're going to talk about Marxism. Like,
okay,
But you're talking about systems. You're talking about systems that don't involve parties.
well, they did have parties, and one party took over, and then
let's
now
not-
they're in charge.
Let's not. I don't want to
Communism is a
focus on this
philosophy.
this singular
Communism
point
is a
for
philosophy.
like a
It is
half
like a
hour or
process
even longer than
and
that.
and a means of analyzing history. Like it is,
Yeah.
it's two part. It's praxis, philosophy, and a means of analyzing
Yeah.
a history. Like there's like it's a cultish idea of maintaining contradictions, but nevertheless, like there isn't a specific path or goal in communism, and Marx is extremely specific about how Marxism will look different in every country. He explains how it might look in England, right, as does Engels. And then he explains about high communism and low communism as a potential means. And then Bakunin took him to task for that and destroyed him even back then.
Okay, so I don't want to like argue specifically on this point for a long time. But I want to know what the other members of our panel think. You guys have been all quiet here. So do you do you think that the lines that we are drawing that have been drawn between like Democrats, Republicans, and like liberalism and conservatism aren't very useful, and that like these things are maybe on a spectrum? Do you think that would you group them all together, or would you disambiguate them further? Like, what are your thoughts on these labels?
Starting with,
I don't know.
I
Any
can
one
give
of you
my take.
motherfuckers haven't talked.
So I've said this before multiple times. Like, I think political identities are really just kind of heuristics. You can use them when they're useful, but they're not actually. I don't think that they're objective. I think libertarian is a big tent description. I only use it because I think it's most close to what I say. See, Scott thinks I'm a socialist, right? So I think this kind of demonstrates my point, which is that like, right? It kind of demonstrates my point, which is that like, I think this is like when someone says, "Oh, you're not a true Democrat," or "You're not a true this." I think that's like the lowest form of discourse, because it's like we're having an argument over what you think the parameters of your identity are, and whether or not they apply to you, as opposed to arguing about the actual prescriptions that you believe, which is really the thing that I'm interested in getting at, right? Because if your prescriptions are, super libertarian, but you're calling yourself something different, I can still work with you, right? I'm still interested in bringing you over to my side because I think we share similar values. So
I think the issue is
1 second. Our friend Doobie has to leave. We'll talk to Doobie later. Have a good one, friend.
I gotta go. Sorry, guys.
Take care. Be well.
Peace out, man.
Good day.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Stay away from those dick pills.
he's not gonna.
Unless you use code Admiral Gibbs on Blue Chew.
He's gonna
he
he likes
use the honey that the Arabs sell you at the gas stations instead. It's so much
he
better.
likes the.
How'd you
semen.
get a dick pill sponsorship, Gibbs? Can you explain that process?
He's
a heathen.
I saw
He's
that.
a heathen.
I am a heathen, and I saw Matt Rife was advertising on this thing, and so I was like, "How hard is it to get sponsored by this?" As a joke, and I clicked on their sponsorship thing, and it was a form, and they give you your first month free, and after that, it's like 20% of every subscription each month for people that sign up. So, like, say like we wouldn't use my code, your first month was free, you'd pay whatever, and they'll give you like 20% of whatever monthly subscription that you buy for.
It's super easy to. If you just talk about affiliate links, right? It's super easy to get.
It's just an affiliate link. Okay,
Yeah.
Sure.
Basically.
That's not quite the same thing as a sponsorship.
Not,
I mean, and when you sign up, they give you like a few $100s and like some logos and stuff. So if I wanted to, I could put up my Blue Chew logos all over my stream, and I got my sponsorship money. So it's like it's a little bit more than affiliate link.
It's the fake it till you make it program.
Let me use one. He had the freaking Blue Chew, and he let me use one, and I thought I was gonna have like crazy sex. I was like,
That's
oh man,
illegal.
You say that I had a buddy that this was his quote the other day. He said, I thought I'd never had a boner until after I did Blue Chew. I realized I never had a boner my whole life.
You should make that a customer testimonial.
I don't know. To me, it was just like the same. I was like,
sorry. Let's go to. He's like all my reactions are iron hard every time. But anyway, let's go to our friend Aiko. You want to say something?
Well, I was just answering your question, but I think it's the function of the fact that we are in a two-party system means that ultimately you're voting for one party or the other, and that means your like list of priorities in terms of what you believe have to merge with a whole bunch of others that you don't believe, and so you're sort of forced to pick a coalition that you don't 100% agree with every time. Like for instance, for most of my life, the coalition that ran the Republican Party was basically neocons, libertarians, and evangelicals. And now there's a fourth, the MAGA folks are now a fourth like group in that coalition.
Yeah,
But they
many
don't
of them
always
are
agree with
basically
each other,
gone.
right? We're seeing a fight right now between Trump and Lindsey Graham over abortion, right? Because Trump has decided that the abortion issue is costing him more than it's benefiting him. He's coming out of the primary, so he doesn't need to like appeal to the base anymore. Now he thinks that maybe he needs to just make himself a little bit less scary to certain aspects of the center. Whatever. Lindsey Graham doesn't believe that. I think he's more cared. He cares more about what his base thinks, probably because he's in a state where he's never going to be at threat of losing a general election, but he could get primaried from the right. And all of these, there's the same thing with the Democrats, right? There's like types of Democrats who are in this party, which is why Democrats sort of famously fight each other, right? They're historically been called the circular firing squad because there's so many different like sets of people that are in there. It doesn't work this way in a parliamentary system, right? Where you have multiple parties. There are other drawbacks to those systems. Ultimately, when it comes to
You saw the
passing
coalition
legislation,
thing.
you have shifting allegiances, right? Which is why nuclear power died in a noble death in Germany, was because a very small party, the Greens, were able to become kingmakers, and all they really gave a shit about was killing nuclear. And so like
green
both
energy.
parties
Yeah.
did what they could to help them like get part of the green sector. So that's the problem there, right? But you can't really vote your conscience in a two-party system. At the very least, in a multi-party system, you can at least vote for a party that you mostly agree with, the one that you agree with more than all of the other parties. And then if you can get people on the back bench, they can swing a vote every once in a while for things that are most important. And I think those types of legislatures are at least a little bit more able to distinguish between actual issues that voters are voting for in one direction or another because of the shifting allegiances of the backbench. We don't have that here in America. And so you end up having to support like a whole sort of set of issues by virtue of voting for one of the two major parties. Or you can vote third party, but your vote won't matter then. Or it might
your vote already
it might
doesn't
matter in
matter
the
if you live.
opposite way that you hope it will.
Well, your vote also doesn't matter if you live in most states, right? I mean, there's only a few key states in which your vote actually matters. If you live in California,
even in those states, it can matter at the congressional level or at the state legislative level.
I'm talking about like presidential, right? If you live in California, you're fine voting third party for president.
But it still matters, like the fact that Republicans gained some seats in California help. If that hadn't happened, then Biden would have a trifecta right now, right? So there are voters in California who've made a difference for the balance of power in America. Like,
what do you mean a trifecta?
It's when one party has both houses of Congress and the White House.
Yeah, both.
So like the last president to have a trifecta. Biden had a trifecta for the first 2 years of his presidency, which is why he got so much shit done. And Trump had it for the first 2 years.
Right. No, I understand what I'm saying. Like
did for 2 years.
Kind of like presidential, right? Like in the event there's specific counties in California which is actually like kind of split. Sure, like I understand voting for one of the two parties, but in a lot of places, most places in America, at least for the presidential election, you can safely vote third party, right? If you live in a safe state, you can vote third party in the presidential election.
Yeah, I did for years.
And you're fine
because I was in Texas and I thought my vote didn't matter, so I voted Libertarian instead of
who cares?
I was a Republican.
That's the point, though.
Yeah,
well, who cares?
Texas becoming.
What was it? Which
safe
state
state?
you vote for? Was it the Texas?
You think Texas is still a safe state?
Yeah, absolutely.
Texas is going red. Come on.
I wouldn't say it's safe, but it's not.
safe.
It's not a swing state.
Everyone said that last time, dude. Oh, Texas is gonna go blue.
It's so close. It's
gone
maybe
more
in
red recently.
32, but not
Yeah,
now.
That's like saying that. I mean, people still feel that Georgia's a safe state.
No,
Clearly
it's
not.
different. So there
Georgia's
was
a
an
No one
swing
should
state.
think Georgia
so
is a
there
swing
was
state.
arguments that Texas was
Oh,
going to be a swing
everyone
state
thinks Georgia is.
whenever what was his name, Beto was running the first time, and then Beto like lost close one, and then next time he ran, he got smacked, whooped all over the place. And guess what? Now we're back to going to full red again.
Ali, what are your thoughts?
Okay. So I was sitting here listening, and I'm like, "Holy shit! I know nothing." You guys were just saying words. I'm like, All right, let's. So that's like most people. I think the average person is about like that, where they're gonna listen to what you're saying. They're gonna be like, the only thing I got from that was, Trump was a '90s Democrat, and so it does make sense. Okay, that him being a Republican, like and it aligns with the things in '90s. Also, okay, all right, that makes sense. I think most people, they can claim to be Republican, they can claim to be Democrat. They really only care about one or two policies. Like I watched it here in Dearborn, where when Trump was president, everyone was like, "Fuck that! This racist, blah 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 blah." All right, cool. So they voted Biden in, and then Biden gets in, and now we have the war in Gaza, and everyone's like, "What the fuck? Biden didn't stop the war in Gaza. We're voting for Trump. Trump actually hates Israel and actually hates not Netanyahu." And so everyone just seems to flip on one or two policies. If you're pro-trans policies, you're going to be leftist, right? If you're pro right now, it seems that if you're pro stopping Gaza, everyone wants to be voting for Trump. That's what's happening here. That's what I'm seeing. Is everyone's going against Democrat, and they're going, "Oh no, Trump is actually better with foreign policy about this. He's harder on foreign policies." And yeah, or it's like it's abortion. I think people pick one or two policies, and those policies seem to like align them with the left or the right. But then on average, most people are just in the center, not really knowing what's going on, and just kind of voting with whatever makes them feel good. And like to like
one demographic. There's one demographic that actually changes elections, right? And most people are not going to like it, but it's just true. White suburban women. White suburban women determine the outcome of almost every election in American history. And the reason for that is that white suburban women, they sit right in the middle. They can be Republican, they can be Democrat, they can switch between these two in any election. If things are particularly emotional or fiery, they may follow their husbands because of the forms of conversations that they have at the dinner table, et cetera. And if things are died down a little bit, they're more likely to split from their husbands. Also,
they've been split for a few years now.
Is they white suburban
since 2018.
The other thing is that suburban white women tend to live in swing state districts, right? Because when you live in the city, you're living in a district that is that's usually very, very blue. When you're living out in the country, you're usually living in a district that is very, very red. But when you talk about areas that vote in a swing state way, it's suburbs. Suburbs are the place that can go Republican or Democrat. So if you can win white suburban women, that is how you win every election. It doesn't fucking matter. Crazy college kids talking about Israel, Palestine, that doesn't win elections. What wins elections, for example, is Governor Youngkin, right? Targeting white suburban women, being like, look at the crazy shit they're putting in schools. Look at what's happening in Loudoun County. And they got all the fucking moms that were mad, Moms for Liberty, and those groups. And he destroyed Democrats that outspent him 3-1 because he carried white suburban women. Like at the end of the day, that's really, and that is why people are coping so hard about Trump being super, super popular and yet not being able to win certain elections. Because yes, Trump is super, super popular with a lot of people that are very, very vocal, but there is a real silent majority, and it's the silent majority that almost always wins elections. And it's what do white suburban women think, and they don't fucking like a dude that says a bunch of halfway misogynistic shit. They don't like him because he sounds like an asshole. They don't like him because grab him by the pussy, and they certainly don't like him because of the abortion issue, which is why, and Roe v. Wade, and them blaming him for that, and that's why he's realizing he's not going to fucking win unless he can distance.
In 2018, it was the family separation policy that galvanized suburban white women for the 2018 blue wave. Yeah,
I know. What I've always, one of the largest demographics I've always seen is just basically the ability to get black people to the polls. Like that's why black people's argument is typically that we get pandered to around election time, because they understand the way black people vote, but it's the number.
Voter turnout. Voter turnout in the black community will give you a left wing victory.
Because I was about to say when you deal with states like Wisconsin, when you deal with like Pennsylvania, obviously Georgia, North Carolina, like you would think like, oh, Wisconsin, that's super black, but then you think about Milwaukee is extremely black, and it's just the idea of like, what do we have to say to make black people go to the polls?
Ali?
So yeah, I was just about we now in this cycle, I feel like we activated the minority suburban dad. And the minority suburban dad is voting conservative this time. With the book scandal, I'm just gonna specifically the fucking LGBT book scandal. That activated. I've never seen so much men caring about what's going on in the schools, getting up and going to the school meetings, getting up and going and voting in their cities. Like it is going, and it was literally typically minority dads would have voted Democrat due to racism. That's why they were going Democrat. But now with their kids, yeah, like now you're seeing a lot of them going conservative. And like Scott's point, it wasn't specifically that like college kids for Israel Palestine. I'm just saying that a lot of minority people are now going conservative. They're now thinking of going conservative voting, and Trump seems to be the alternative because of these like one or two issues.
I think
So
I
haven't really seen that in the elections. Like I've been hearing that analysis, especially about the school district stuff, ever since Loudoun County, right? But then in every election since then, in the 22 midterms, they were expecting to see that. The Republicans went all in on the anti-trans stuff for that election, and they didn't get the red wave they were expecting. 2023 election last year, we repeated it in multiple states, and again, it was Republicans didn't win that one, and then they Democrats flipped Michigan Supreme Court. I mean, all these statewide races that have happened this year, none of this stuff is materializing. I understand that it worked in Virginia in 2017, but since then,
that was before you found magic.
2019.
You always happen to find 10,000 magical mail-in ballot votes that are 92% or plus Democrat.
Don't tell people
that might explain why Virginia went red, but I'm not being so tough on them on that.
I'm just saying what I'm hearing. I don't know if it's actualizing, but what I'm hearing is I seen a complete 180 flip amongst like at least just my community, and so I can't imagine that's not happening everywhere.
I'm looking at the rolls right now. Hispanic men went from like in 2018 they were plus 42 blue to as of 2022 they were plus 13. So there's a massive shift in like Hispanics.
Well, and then black, according to CBS, black voters.
Yeah, that's true.
And then Gen Z, like the men seem to be going. And then Gen Z, the young men seem to be going more right, whereas the women do seem to be going more left, but the men are going right.
There is among Gen Z, there is a marked shift now between the genders. Yes,
and so I think if you want to understand that shift, I think it's really important that people here begin to start to pay attention to South Korean politics. It's because South Korea is about 10 years ahead of us in terms of that cultural shift and what is occurring when you have a society where a new generation occurs, where the men are getting more and more conservative and the women are getting more and more left-wing and more feminist. It is extremely stark difference in South Korea. And I think we need to start paying attention to South Korean politics to see how that cultural impact impacts the political system there, because it's probably going to be a decent predictor of what we have coming forward.
I agree with you. The things I've been hearing about South Korea, I would see those trends that you're talking about. But like I wanted to comment on what Ali was saying. At first I was agreeing with you, but I feel like you overstated your case. I will tell you. I guarantee it.
No, that's fine.
No problem, friend. I think that. So you were saying that there are individuals who they really only care about like one or two issues, and they're shift in between, right? Like and that's just enough to motivate them. What you're describing is a swing voter. And like that's their definition, right? Like definitionally, that's what they do. They're something will activate them, and then they move over to one side or the other. But I think decades and decades of political science can tell us that like most people stick with whatever party that their parents were in, first of all, right? But beyond that, like once they like form a voting habit, they stick with that one party, with very little movement in between. Not that it's impossible, but that it's just like how that happens. But I would agree though that like, and there's a part that I was initially thinking that you were saying is that among the masses, right? Most people aren't actually, deep into politics. They don't discuss them like we do, obviously, right? And so when they hear us talk, like they'll have your experience, right? Like, oh yeah, Donald Trump, I know that guy, right? Bill Clinton, I know that guy, all right? Were they the same? Interesting idea, all right? And then that's what they'll grab onto. So I'm with you there. And because of that, like, going back to what we were, Scott and I were discussing for a little bit in which way, is that like those individuals, like what are they? Like how do you accurately describe their ideology, right? If they don't have a firm idea of policy, if they're just generally voting for their cultural team, like, is that person a liberal? Are they conservative? Like, what's a useful way of describing that individual?
I mean, they're voting.
That's what makes white suburban women unique. Yeah. They don't tend to ascribe to a political party or system. What they do is they tend to latch onto what's popular.
So culture, they're like cultural
reputation
voters.
management. Yeah.
Cultural voters. So right now,
they're not actually Democrat or Republican. They're just, it's like whoever most people are at their workplace, that's what they tend to just start gravitating towards. Or whoever most of their Facebook friends are, like that's what they start to gravitate towards. That's why they swing so much. It's because they're not moored to any political ideology.
Yeah, with Gen Z, something I noticed and why I think so many Gen Z men have gone, right, and so many Gen Z women have gone left is honestly the red pill with like the red pill. You have a bunch of young men who honestly, I think at their core want a house, a car, a wife, maybe a kid or two. That's like most men at their core. Be able to get that's what they want. And they're not able to get that with the policies that are coming with like leftist and progressivism, right? It seems that like that's like they're all against that shit. So
they're not getting laid.
So they're watching red pillars. And it seems that like the red pillars are giving men something tangible, right? It's, hey, if you work hard, you'll have money. If you go to the gym, you'll be good looking. If you learn how to speak to women, you'll be able to get married and have kids. And these are the things that like men typically want. Whereas in the left, it's a lot of individualism. It's a lot of, hey, it's okay if you end up 40 unmarried. Like you should be okay with that. It's a lot of accepting these like things that typically we don't normally like want to accept. And so it seems that like the left is leaning way more towards women and the right is leaning way more towards men, at least in terms of like social ideology. And so people are typically voting with social ideology. That's what they're going to go vote for. If someone says, hey, this guy's going to lower your taxes and you're going to be able to make more money, and then that way you're going to be able to afford more things, like then yeah, they're going to vote with that person, right? Like they're going to go Trump. Oh, this guy's a business guy. This guy fucks bitches. This guy boom, boom, boom. That's what they're going to lean with versus like policy most of the time, I think, for like the masses. Maybe like people like you are more invested. You guys care more. But for the average normie now, they're like, what, bro? This guy says the things I'm thinking. I'm voting for him. He's gonna be my president.
Again, I think that's the average swing voter, though. But go ahead, you go, Gibbs.
I want to add to that. Well, two things. One with the Trump thing. One is I don't know how much of this is a meme and how many of these people are actually going to vote. But like, I've never seen as many minorities be as pro-Republican as they have been for Trump.
Minority
and a lot of this has been like, say that what was that the photo of him in jail? I suddenly saw a bunch of my African American friends posting TikTok saying, "Oh yeah, that's a mean photo. I'm voting for Trump. That's somebody I want in charge. I don't want somebody
Trump.
Weak."
Trump was like, a huge figure in the black community before his presidency.
And then like, so you mentioned
vote 92%.
And I mean maybe, and then you 90%.
Also 90%. 90%.
Trump rap music coming out.
But hold on, as far as
people have been saying this for years and years and years. The black vote is on the verge of flipping, and then election comes and goes, and it doesn't happen.
But I want to address something else. Ollie said is like, so he was talking about the social paradigm shift with the men and the women, and I think it's really interesting with the red pillars, right? Because the red pillars have kind of embraced something that I don't necessarily agree with. Like, I agree with some of what they say, and then I break away from them on a lot of things because they don't actually preach traditional values, right? They're preaching to like men that like aren't getting laid, and what do men want? Like in general, men want to get laid. A lot of them do, right? And so they're sitting there and they preach a lot to that, and they sit there, they preach these things. And it's kind of what we were talking about with Myron earlier, and I was saying his brand is done, and it's interesting to me because what they're doing is they're taking these concepts that have been labeled as toxic that every man feels, right? Like it's like, and I talk about this a lot when we do men's health panels. I say competition is gone. Well, what do the red pillars want? They're saying competition's good. We want competition. You want to be an alpha. You want to beat up other people. You want to be the best. You want to be a leader. Like this is what we do. We're sick. And they've gone to this idea of the sigma male, the alpha male. And like, that's really like appealing to a lot of these men who feel, especially these younger generations, disenfranchised. And as opposed to these women who are like, hey, I've seen the opposite. I want these things. And I think it's a very interesting like paradigm shift because of how like influential they've been. Like I was talking to one of my buddies the other day. He just turned 18, and we were talking about like some of the differences between our generations. And he's like a fitness model, right? And he goes, oh yeah, when's the last time you got laid? And I told him like, I don't know, like last week. And he goes, I haven't been laid in like 3 years. And I'm like, that's crazy. You're like 6% body fat, 200 pounds.
Age might be a factor here.
Sure. That's true. I'm not going to argue that. But I thought you're right. I mean, but he's like, I don't have any women I'm talking to.
He said I have been late in 10 years. We got some 3 years legal issues.
Right, sure.
Here.
He said 3 years, but like, I thought it was interesting. This guy's like a fitness model. Like he's just the guy that like if he was going to start like the OnlyFans, like this, he's like the real good looking dude. And I'm like, he's like, I don't know how to talk to women. When I do, they get like turned off by what I say. Like it's hard for me to like go meet them. And I'm like, bro, we go to the same bars. Like if I'm at a bar, you like I'll see you there with like a group of people. Like if it's
18-year-old at a bar. Hold on a second, Gibbs. Yeah, are you ratting somebody out?
Again, serious legal issues here.
No, there's 18 and up bars. You can go to a bar at 18. You go to the dance hall. Like it's not a thing. Don't be over here trying to turn this into a mountain into a.
You can go to the roller skating park.
No, you can go to the country club and they have it's 18 and up. Like you go to a concert, it's 18 and up. Don't be trying to spin this. But like I'm sitting here, I'm like, I see you at some of these places, and I'm just like, you're never talking to girls. I'm like, why? He said, well, I don't know how to talk to them. And it's a real thing because if you go up to them and you're masculine, then like a lot of these women are turned off in these generations, is what he's saying. And I think it's interesting.
That's the problem, Gibbs. These women aren't putting out, right? We fix that, we fix the problem.
No, that's the problem. Yeah, some men are just too masculine, and these women can't handle it.
Hold on,
no, they don't like it.
Wait.
I don't want to go down this road with it because it's going to be a complete fucking tangent. But holy shit, right? Like what you just said is he's so masculine, except that you ignore the other thing that you just relayed to us, and that like when I talk to them, the things I say turn them off, right? But then I know when the things that you were relating from your friend, right? He said when I talk to them, it turns women. The things I say turn women off, right? But then you take from that, you're like,
they don't want a masculine dude.
Yeah, and then that's what you take from that. It's like he's being too masculine, and so that's why. Or maybe he's saying creepy fucking shit.
I mean,
you're busy selling their OnlyFans. That's what they're doing.
No, but you're missing the point with that problem. I know you're memeing right now, but like,
I'm not memeing.
Hold on. Okay, so say you're a conservative masculine dude and you're 18, and you go up to women who are leaning left. They're not going to be like, "Oh, this is what I want." They're going to want someone that matches their like style.
They want a soy boy. They want a leftist.
They want a soy boy. They want a soy boy. They can sell their OnlyFans news to.
Yeah,
and they can control. Right.
My generation of women like masculine men, and even then the older generations like masculine men. So I don't have that problem.
Well, they're even getting sick of that. So okay, so I mean, what?
Let's not go down this.
About 10 years
boy bands weren't a thing back in the day.
No, definitely not.
Can I just get
K-pop either.
What do you wait? Is our boy bands anti-soy boy, or do you think the boy bands are soy boy?
I remember. Look, I remember people my age complaining back in the day that women were going for, we didn't call them soy boys, we called them boy band, kids or whatever.
Sissies.
But like the same complaints were being made back then, right? Which is that this new generation, these Gen Xers are, way too feminine. Whatever happened to the real men, And those are the people that's what people were complaining about back then. These are complaints that, people have every generation.
Those are complaints that are happening now. However,
every time they say
you think the Beatles complaints are happening now?
Like,
listen, the
The
college
Beatles were soy boys, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No. They were also rich.
Michael
Wait.
Jackson.
Those were celebrities. Wait, those were celebrities and rich. When you're an average dude, hi. Okay, listen, I'm not ugly by any means. And when I was 22, I was the ideal hippie. All right, long hair to my ass, smoking weed, chilling at college, the whole fucking spiel. All right. The second you say anything, any idea that leans slightly right in those types of groups, you get demonized to fucking all shit. You become an instant misogynist. You're instantly sexist. Anything you say is
actually
sounds like the '60s.
I mean, you're at a university, and women.
Yeah, but I was still part of. I still held the same ideologies. I was a hippie. I was in those things. But if you say anything that goes slightly against
anything
that
turns
norm,
women off, they don't like.
No, not even like women off. It's men in that community too. So like I've been talking with my friends who are like, everything is manipulation. Everything is there's a power dynamic. Everything is everything, and it becomes
there's also birth control water and
They're quoting Foucault
microplastics.
again back in the '60s. Like these are not new concepts.
These aren't new.
And they're not new concepts for
I
girls
know
in
they're not
college.
new.
I agree.
Like,
Anybody
They're not new, but we're
that's
seeing it. We're
before
seeing
is
it.
soy
We have more data on it now. We're seeing it just happen even stronger with these younger kids. We are seeing the younger kids going heavily split. They're heavily split, and the reason is because on the right there's something that's offering to men, and on the left there's something that's being offered to women. We're not offering the same thing to both on either side. The right needs to offer more things to women, and the left needs to offer more things to men.
It could also be an educational divide as well.
Why is it an educational divide?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's only that, but generally,
because Corey loves the idea that like lefties tend to be slightly higher IQ.
No, I never said that.
whoa.
I never said that at all.
No.
But you make it obvious. We know.
Okay, yeah, but we already discussed that. Like, there is an aversion to college in conservative communities, right? Like we already talked about this. Not that like conservatives don't have college degrees, but there's an aversion to it.
Which is good.
Well, no, actually, no, that's not fair. The aversion is only if you're going into like something like a communications, but there's no aversion if you're going into like law, medicine, or engineering. No conservative will tell you don't go into these three things.
No.
If you're going into liberal arts, they're going to tell you no.
There's an aversion.
No, but conservatives don't want you to be those things. They're saying you can, but generally they're like they go the entrepreneurship route, like go get a trade,
school.
blah blah blah. Like so you're saying that like no one's gonna say like we want doctors to be uneducated, but they're just kind of saying why do you want to be a doctor when you could just be like an entrepreneur that wears a suit?
Well, I mean, you have to be
the majority of
super
people will be. They'd have to be. It's only a minority of people who are going to be able to be doctors and lawyers.
You have to be a leftist.
It's an even bigger minority of people that's going to be like successful business owners.
Well, I mean, it's a minority of people who are going to be successful, right? That's why we have the norm, we have the average.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
I'm going to say two facts. They're going to sound like memes, but they're actually true. Testosterone is linked with conservative beliefs, right? If you give right-wing people generally have more testosterone. If you give Democrats testosterone, they will become more right-wing. It appears to have a
increases
causal
aggression.
effect.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, but there has been a decline in testosterone, basically since like the late 80s. There's been a continuous decline of
so we need HRT to make
so Gen Zs do have like pretty low testosterone versus like millennials.
Lefties are so much more aggressive than the right. Like relax.
Wow, amazing for sure.
No.
But
they're more likely to commit crime. I got studies on that too. But I mean that's kind of beside the point.
What was your second point?
No, that one I actually
demand government action. Like they're more likely.
So shouldn't boomers be like leftists then? Since
I just
when you get older, you produce less.
On Gibbs, hold on. Back to what was your second point?
Well, no. So those are the 2 points, right? So like one of the questions is like, okay, why is testosterone decreasing amongst younger generations? I mean, I think part of well, it could be microplastics. It could be like the birth control water, which everyone like gave shit to Alex Jones for saying, but there actually is a little bit of truth to that. Obesity is also a big cause of that as well. Like as obesity rates increase, you have reduced levels of testosterone. So I think all of this stuff could be affecting potential shifts in political ideology, but it also could be affecting just the general disposition of Generation Z when it comes to dealing with gender dynamics specifically.
Were you talking about hormones in the water when you mentioned Alex Jones?
Hormones in the water, right? So birth control, birth control when you pee through, but also a lot of women will like throw away unused supplies that gets into the water supply, and then it leaches into the water, and it absolutely does.
Yeah, the reason why people give Alex Jones shit is because he takes a thing
turn the frogs gay.
Yeah, like
turning the frogs gay.
He magnifies whatever it is. So yes, there is a kernel of truth, but we absolutely should give shit to Alex Jones for the things he says.
Fair.
You absolutely should, but also it's super important that you do not censor people like Alex Jones, because Alex Jones serves one of the most important aspects in a culture that can exist, which is the jester. Right, a culture, a society, a king needs a jester. You need someone that says ridiculous, outlandish shit, because 1 time out of 10 they're true, and they are canaries in the coal mine for free speech, but also they are canaries in the coal mine because they search out the craziest things that no one else would believe, right? Like Alex Jones also was the one that proved that the CIA was involved in intentionally putting federal agents at climate protests and making climate protests violent so that they could then crack down on those protests at at some of this was the very beginning of like the Paris Accords, right? So this is most of you some of you are not
like
even
2000s.
Like early 2000s. There's quite a few things Alex Jones has found and exaggerated and been hyperbolic about, but then we can look at those things when other people go, well, wait a minute. But anyways, I just wanted to interrupt with this tiny little tangent very quick. There was a prediction made about the black voter turnout, and I would like to make a prediction of my own, and you can tie whatever you want to this prediction. I'm not making any claims about the election process or corruption or anything like that. Someone said, Bam, I believe you said 92% plus, turnout for Democrats in the next presidential election. I'm going to say, when you take out these counties, it will be 85 to 75% Democrat, with 25 to 15% going Republican, with the exception of counties that will obviously go 98, 99, closer to 100%. And that'll be Fulton County, Georgia, Cook County, Illinois, Maricopa County, Arizona, Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Clark County, Las Vegas, Nevada. Those counties will magically have the most magical, super left-wing, only voting for Democrat blacks, and it won't follow the pattern of any of the other cities in the country.
Sure,
that'll be my prediction.
Like
you can say I'm crazy.
That's a weird. Like, it would be one thing if that only accounted
but it
for
won't be that. It won't be that in all the non-swing states. Okay, it'll be 92%.
Wait, Illinois is not
a
swing state. Well, Illinois was one of the states you mentioned. Like, why is
it? Did he list Illinois?
I did because of Cook County. But if you know anything about anything, you'll know why.
There's only 40 million black people in this country. Yeah, if you cut out like 25% of them, it may lead.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Results.
What I'm saying is there will be a pattern in those specific places that do not exist in any other population centers in America, and it'll be a magical pattern.
But I don't. I think you're pointing. I think you're pointing to
a prediction about percentages.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some black people who live in places that other black people don't. But in like the major population hubs we have in this country,
it's okay. You're not getting it. If you play it back, you'll get it.
Okay.
If Trump gets a minor boost from Georgia,
that I can say
he's going to get Georgia.
He's saying the thing that he claimed he was not saying.
I'm just saying that like the thing that gets conservatives excited that ends up happening every time is like you hear some random black dude say something like about Trump that they think is cool. But the quiet part they don't say out loud is you ask that person if they've ever voted before in their life, and they say no, and they don't understand the process.
That's not what I said. What I said.
Yeah, I know.
You're talking about something very specific.
Yeah,
I'm talking about something different.
He's talking about something different.
No, I'll be very specific and very clear.
But I don't understand why you're responding, because it has nothing to do with what you just said.
He's saying that there's going to be some magical votes.
Because you're not understanding. No. I'm not saying anything. What I'm saying is very simple.
Just subtract the word "not" with his earlier statements. So when he said "I am not saying," just change that to "I am saying."
Rich. I'm being very specific, and you're being very vague. I'm going to be very specific. I have an election prediction tonight about the presidential election, which is that when you take these specific counties out, that they will the rest of the country, including all of the other cities in the country, will go somewhere between 85 to 75% towards the Democrats and 25 to 15% towards the Republicans. And it will roughly average out, as Bam said, somewhere between 90 to 93% But in these specific counties, for some reason that I'm not naming, it will be 98% plus in Fulton County, Georgia, in Cook County, Illinois, in Maricopa County, Arizona, in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and in Clark County, Nevada. And you make with that prediction that's definitely going to fucking come true, whatever you want.
Yeah, so I want to say on Lactoid's thing before I turn into Alex Jones. I think that there could be a way to like actually assist with everything that he said, and it's grocery stores are the problem. If we require people to start hunting more for their food, testosterone would shoot through the roof, and we would eliminate these people that
hunting will increase testosterone.
I will, because the people that don't have testosterone,
smoking also increases testosterone.
Well, here's the thing: is the people that can't hunt are going to starve to death.
You could just give them testosterone supplements, right?
Well, yeah. So the people that can't hunt will starve to death, and those are the weak, lily-livered, low testosterone.
Why not
people.
just give them? If you want to increase testosterone, why not testosterone supplements?
Prime. This is actually like a really interesting argument because like we currently put fluoride in the water. And I've asked, like, what if we could put testosterone in the water and like it led to Republicans winning every election? Would I do it? It's tough.
It'd be super damaging to women.
Yeah, I know. Like, all your
they
women
can buy bottled water.
Beards.
Okay,
all your women would have beards, and then you'd be a little upset about that.
As for the other thing,
I would deal with
it. Alex Jones.
There'd be a lot more fucking.
As for the Alex Jones theme that we were making, since I look like Alex Jones, I'll just go ahead and say it. There's going to be some funny business with some votes appearing, specifically mail-in ballots, especially in these areas where it's allowed. All these votes are suddenly going to go 98% Biden in these areas. I'll say the thing that he's not saying. That's the conspiracy that he's got going.
I'm not saying anything on fucking YouTube and Twitch, right? I'm just saying that's my prediction about
okay, we got it. Bam, you want to say something?
Prime, would you be in favor of that question real quick? Would you be in favor of spiking the water with testosterone?
I wouldn't. No, especially if it's a mood altering chemical, right? Then no, I absolutely don't want to.
What if it's good for health overall?
So I also have a study where if you give people with neurotic symptoms like anxiety, if you give them testosterone, it reduces those symptoms. Do you agree with it now?
What about just Prime energy drinks? So we know, because since we know no fucking women are drinking that shit.
True.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're controlling for the lowest T people too. On top of that,
first of all,
exactly, because they're watching all these fucking stupid ass.
Do you think you can absorb testosterone through the water?
If you drink water spiked with testosterone, I would assume so.
Oh, you fucking
don't tell
Shut
me
up about this.
Don't wait. You're telling me if I drink something like spiked testosterone, it's gonna have no.
What if we What if we required it like an injection,
Gibbs,
like
can
the vaccine?
I interject and respond? So, do you think if you drink insulin, you'll get insulin in your blood?
Hold on a second. Let me read into this.
Hold on.
If you can't drink testosterone,
a little bit. Testosterone in Prime drinks.
Well, let me ask.
It seems like you cannot get the concept of like.
Okay, so we can't spike the water then. How do we do this?
Okay,
the vaccine.
That's what I'm going to say. We already required people to take the vaccine.
COVID round 2, baby.
Why don't we just
that will target the most low T people.
Yeah, what if we could prove, okay, like he said, it's going to reduce anxiety, it's going to reduce mental illness across the nation, and they said, okay, now you have to have your testosterone booster once a year. Would you then be in favor of that?
A male T shot?
Once a day, not once a year.
I'm not. Why would you guys think I'm?
Wait, apparently, oral testosterone does seem to be a thing. So I'm curious what Corey was gonna go with.
The bioavailability is, if you want to get into a bioavailability in terms of, you're gonna have to drink mountains and mountains of water.
Oh, I am down, sir. We can put as much as you want in there. Okay.
You're just gonna have Lecter's gonna have jugs of testosterone. He's just gonna splurge it into his.
I'm a man. So okay. God, I don't know.
And we just alternate it
You
on
didn't
that.
put up topics.
We're gonna have a bunch of bald fucking chads, bro.
Testosterone like the Gatorade pods, and then it'd be a Gatorade pod plus tea, and then you could just add it to your Gatorade.
Everyone's gonna be bald. Everyone's gonna be fucking.
I'm not in favor.
Everybody's gonna be fucking, that's for sure.
What about if you're asking me, I'm not in favor of like requiring.
Then we all have hair and
like injecting people with mood altering drugs. Like I'm not gonna do that for anything.
Well, fluoride's a mood altering
drug.
Even if
instead like putting estrogen in people.
We're doing that right now with the birth
Yeah,
control in the
yeah,
water.
fluoride is
Ozonic.
all
This is just to
Steroids.
counteract that, right? We're just trying to counteract all the progesterone that's in
I'm
the water
not sure
supply.
biology works the way that you think it does.
Hold on.
Do you have a doctorate in biology?
Real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, do you have a doctorate in
I
crime?
know.
We got
Hold
some
on,
doctors in
just
this panel.
like meaning,
I can get
Okay,
one
hold
in
on.
like 10
Mimi-
minutes. Okay.
okay, memeing aside, right? Memeing aside,
Yeah.
right? And I know we're kind of having a laugh about spiking the water with testosterone and stuff, right? But it is a very grave concern is the dropping testosterone levels and fertility in Gen Z. If you remember, if I don't, again, this might just be Admiral Gibbs, me and Cal Rich that remember this. If you remember Erin Brockovich, and
man.
her and how much she fought against corporations poisoning people with cancer, the biggest thing that she is concerned about currently is dropping testosterone and dropping fertility amongst men. We already have research that is showing
Yeah,
like
that's a
by
real problem.
2050 that by 2050 the fertility rates are going to be, I'm not going to say non-existent, but they're going to get to a point where population replacement is going to be very, very difficult. That's how dangerous that's going to be if we don't have some form of intervention. Now, that intervention can be getting rid of the things that are causing this problem, such as microplastics, is one, like, and there's plenty of research that's not controversial. How much that's impacting and what percentage of the dropping T is what is to be discussed. Not does microplastics, are we getting microplastics? Are we getting them in an exponentially larger rate?
All the more
And
reason to
do
go
they
plant-based.
reduce-
But
Okay.
we keep consuming your
But
seafood
the
and
science
your
of that-
animal products.
Soy also
I think it
reduces
will work out. I
testosterone,
think it
right?
would actually work out like
No, it's
counterproductive because it
something
doesn't.
something needs to be done about dropping T levels. It's
I think
incredibly
that
important.
Just like
doesn't
COVID,
the
we need to
increase
acquire
of
testosterone.
testosterone levels, like, doesn't that end up decreasing sperm count though?
Mhm.
Counterproductive. Like, so you might
No,
be having
no,
sex, but it's
li-
actually going to lead to less kids.
No. Your testosterone is if you have low testosterone, right? So this is an important thing to understand is that getting additional testosterone has different effects when you have different testosterone levels, right? So, one of the hallmark early pieces of research that was discussing giving individuals testosterone treatment was actually towards people that had medical conditions where they basically had zero testosterone at all. And what they found is that there wasn't any positive benefit and it increased prostate cancer risk. And what it turns out is actually if you have low testosterone and you get testosterone injections, you actually reduce your prostate cancer risk, but it depends on where your T levels are. And so when you have low T, what you are dealing with is fatigue, joint pain, lack of libido, low sperm count, increased storage of fat, increased swelling, increased cancer risk. Like basically every type of fucking medical issue that you can think of is exacerbated by having low testosterone. And our entire society is at a point where 25-year-old men are getting their T levels checked and they have less than their great grandparents who are still alive. Like World War II vets are walking around with more with higher T levels
We're the
than
greatest generation.
young men. It's really bad and really dangerous for our overall health and for the health of culture and society because
But that's true for
when you talk
everything. Like,
about,
it's
like,
you're just saying it
mood
needs to be balanced because because again, high T levels are also have create almost all of those same problems in others. Like it's just about you're supposed
not
to have
all
this
of those, but
healthy
yes, like if
balance.
you have too much testosterone, yeah, like obviously you're gonna. If you're fucking if you're doing a trend cycle and your T levels are through the roof, yeah, there's medical issues.
I wanted to ask Corey about this because Corey, so we were talking, y'all were just talking about the trim cycle, right? So say you were taking like oral Winstrol, but like pellets, right? And it takes like what 4 weeks to build up the like Strazibol or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a steroid guy, but why would that work? And like, I mean, I've never done steroids, but like listen, it wouldn't have worked for what I was doing.
You would all the ecstasy and all that other stuff, but
yeah, I'll do.
a bit too far.
No, I didn't say that. I just never had
mental enhancement, not physical enhancement.
I never needed to do that because I was at the time I was just doing a fuck ton of cardio and I was staying tiny.
Fair enough.
But now, if I had been, trying to compete at a higher level, yeah, I probably would have done it.
Can we get a photo of Prime Gibbs?
Yeah, sure. You want to see? I got one right here.
I feel like has Corey seen this? I feel like Corey needs the proof.
Yeah, I'll post some good ones. But
yeah, it doesn't.
So my question was why does that work? Like if you take oral like Winstrol or something, as opposed to like taking like oral like testosterone. Yeah, like I mean just that because obviously I'm not a scientist and I'll upload some photos while we're.
So you're a doctor, Gibbs.
No, yeah, well I'm an academic doctor,
True. So obviously, as the term implies, like Winstrol is a different compound. So you cannot take testosterone, the actual like molecular structure of testosterone, orally, or it's low bioavailability, because you have a liver, and there's called the first pass effect in terms of it'll get modified and inactivated due to basically your liver, where pretty much things, when you eat things, okay, they're metabolized in various ways, and one of them is like that first pass effect. And so Winstrol, that will be like it can bypass, or like you can modify a compound such that like once you consume it, it will act like testosterone. So Winstrol is not testosterone, but you can mimic the effects. And this is the whole concept behind SARMs, selective androgen receptor modulators, where it's like, yeah, you can, testosterone is a specific molecule with a specific chemical formula and molecular structure. You can mimic those effects just as you can mimic the effects of many opioids through heroin, through morphine, through oxycodone, etc., etc. It's all a matter of going to bind your androgen receptors. That's it.
So there is a way to spike the water, is what you're saying.
There is a way to stimulate your androgen receptors orally. Yes, but I'm taking, as a scientist, I'm going to dispute your claim of testosterone in the water. Yes,
I'm
going to put you in charge of the whole
oral
project,
stimulation, just so we're clear.
Okay. And first of all, let's acknowledge that Prime Gibbs looks amazing. Like he's a very handsome guy. Very manly. Very manly.
Very manly. Very tiny.
Very tiny. Interesting. But all right. So this has gone in branches and directions.
Good for you, Prime. Good for you, Gibbs.
Yeah, for your low T, I'm fine with like having some sort of therapeutic response to that. That's different from like mass spiking the water. Like I should be very clear, all right? Like I don't I don't know. Or like yeah, we can acknowledge.
Factoid just wants to date
what about
more bearded
Ozempic?
women,
Can we
right?
spike the water with Ozempic, bring down the obesity? Where's the negatives there?
Now we're thinking. Okay, at the very least, make testosterone more available, right? Maybe like a federal grant, right? We can just like really get our men full of testosterone.
Isn't it cheap? I thought it was like
lower the
relatively
Democratic
cheap.
like voting ability, right?
Isn't TRT relatively cheap, or is it expensive? Am I wrong about that?
No idea.
Probably depends on the clinic, I assume. And
yeah,
I'm one of my most conservative points is I honestly think we do. I think we have too much behind prescriptions. I think that more stuff should be available over the counter. Just the idea of like just going to be able to pick up some stuff, just because.
Yep.
Not that
like
many,
Blue Chew.
You're gonna get resistance from the right on making
prescription.
hormones more available, especially over the counter, right? Like I think that's gonna be a non-starter
be
for
with
a lot of
age,
people
right?
on the right.
And also other illicit drugs. They don't tend to be
21 and older if you just want to go shopping at the pharmacy.
Yeah, super easy to send your friend in there and to buy tea for you and then just give it to you.
No, I think just sign a waiver.
Which they're already doing that. Sure, like it would be saying the quiet part out loud, but like Keffel's literally fucking is famous for fucking for using her Discord server to get hormones to kids against their parents' will. But like, Destiny says something slightly off about trans people and we gotta fucking get rid of them. Like, but I mean, like it's already a thing. Like, like you look at studies from Italy, for example.
Minors,
everybody in Italy is going to Spain in a quick train ride to go buy it over the counter, anyways. Like.
That's what I mean.
Like any other
that's what I mean.
drug
Why would they do that? If it was easy
there.
to get without it being available over the counter, then why would they be taking trains to a country where it is available over the counter? Right.
Because
obviously,
it's an hour fucking drive.
Right. That means it's
It is easy.
Right.
But
that's making my point. Is that if you make it available over the counter, then it's going to be more readily available. If it were just as readily available without doing that, then nobody would feel the need to be going to Spain.
So actually, that's interesting you say that. Isn't there
I was
some
describing
evidence?
both the over-the-counter position and how people are willing to ride a train, and the position that people already have a black market for it.
Well, so isn't there?
Yeah, but the black market is way more difficult to deal with than just.
Hold on. Is there some evidence?
Real quick. No, real quick. There's a basic principle. There's a basic principle in economic theory, right? When talking about regulating the price of a good or regulating the good out of the market in terms of legality, and that is how elastic is the good. It never matters what you do to gas, because people need gas, factories need gas, boats need gas. Like literally the whole world runs on gasoline, right? So when gas prices go up, the amount of gas that's purchased stays almost relatively the same. Okay. The same is going to be true for people that have convinced themselves that they need hormone replacement therapy and the availability of those hormones. If you are psychologically convinced that you're going to fucking kill yourself or that like your life is going to be over if you don't get this thing, you're going to fucking get it. It doesn't matter what laws are there. So you might as well put it in places where it can be meaningfully regulated if you believe in that anyways. Like I don't think it's going to be that hard to sell conservatives
meaningfully
on that being available
now.
for people 21.
Like there was, I don't know, I forgot, there was that activist that Shapiro's sister got obsessed with for a while because they were saying something sort of online about how if you have any extra pills left over, like donate them to me and then I'll make sure that they go to kids or whatever.
Right.
And
also, for the record, nobody gives a fuck about trans women, trans men, right? Like conservatives, like they just like lesbians, they basically don't exist in the conversation. They only give a fuck about male to females because those are the people that are in sports, those are the people that are in women's bathrooms, those are the people that are in women's spaces, and those are the people that make them sexually frustrated when they find out they're beating off to them on fucking Pornhub in the middle of the night. Nobody gives a fuck about
a lot of parents have
they
some
care about
strong reactions to their daughters becoming men.
They care about it for kids, but again, but in the general,
hold on, before we move on, isn't there some evidence to support, like with alcohol? I feel like I don't have the study in front of me, and but I feel like I've read several times, like for example, they've lowered the drinking age in some countries, and it's actually reduced minors buying alcohol in larger quantities because
it gets rid of the cool factor.
So isn't there some evidence against like kind of what y'all are saying, like, oh well, they're just gonna go drive somewhere else and get like I don't know, like
again, it's
because there's a black market that people are going to the black. Like if you legalize drugs, people will probably do less drugs.
I don't know if that's necessarily true.
I don't think that. I think that doesn't
You're dealing with like
apply
a chemical,
because it's
a chemical
highly
addictive
inelastic
element there. Like that's different from like just social factors.
HRT drugs, right? Like and like estradiol or progesterone later on, androgen therapy, like puberty blockers, things like this. They are a highly elastic good. It's not quite the same as alcohol for kids because alcohol for kids is cool and they might try it or they might not try it. But if you're convinced that you're trans, you're gonna fucking find a way to get your shit. I
just don't see the right getting behind this. I think right now they're very anti-HRT, and no matter what sort of logical positions you want to put forward in front of them, they're just if for nothing else, if for no other reason, just the ick factor is going to have them oppose this kind of availability.
Men being able to get their testosterone, they'll fucking
men on T, for sure.
No, I just think that I'm when I say that, I don't even mean like it has to be in the aisle at Dollar General. I just meant like if you want crap, what's the big ADHD man?
Show your ID.
Adderall.
Yeah, if you want Adderall, I think it would be cool if you could just talk to the actual pharmacist. They check off a box saying that oh, this should last you 30 days.
Well,
and then they check you off and you can't get another refill.
We barely got hearing aids over the counter, and it took decades.
So here's how the Adderall works over the counter.
It just happened this year.
There's a black market for hearing aids.
You can buy 30 bottles.
Well, hold on. So here's the thing with the Adderall, though, right? It's really easy to get prescribed it, right? Like depending on where you go. And now just last year, a law got repealed, or not repealed, or ran out, or the time went on the act or something. And so it's even easier now than it was 6 months ago to get the Adderall because used to you have to go and do checkups and then you'd have to go in every month. But so the way is they can prescribe to your pharmacy up to 3 months, whatever you're prescribed, your supply. And say say I lost my script somewhere, right? And I just lost it on vacation. They can give you the doctor can call in and give them an emergency supply, but it's up to 5 or 7 days. I don't remember. I haven't lost my script in years, but you can give only 5 or 7 days since it's controlled substance. And so you're they're really pretty strict at the pharmacy, with going, and they'll even be oh, you got it on this date, even though your date, say I picked it up today, right, the 8th, and my prescription said the 5th. And so like next month's prescription comes in the 4th, because like you know how like months work one day. They would be like, no, you can't pick it up till the 7th because you picked it up on this date. So yeah, even though there is a pretty large black market, I guess the way they're getting around that with the black market is these people like on the moment, like the local level, is they're like just over prescribing people, and then people are reselling it. But even then, like there's a maximum to that they can do. They're not going in there and getting like, oh, I got 4 scripts of 30 10 milligrams and 30 30s. I got 3 of those. They're like, you can only pick them up once a month.
It really depends how plugged in you are with your psych or with your doctor or whatever it is. I mean, you can get crazy prescriptions.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they give me pretty much as close as to the max amount you can get, and like even then, they like still like have pretty high restrictions.
Yeah. So I don't know. But Bam sounds like what he's saying is that like, it's not, well, at least from your last statement, it sounds like you're not necessarily, it should be not over, it should be over the counter, right? But not with a prescription. That like you go to the pharmacist and you talk to them and say like, well, this should last you this long and give you this much.
You get flagged if you go to other pharmacies and try to pick up the same prescription that day type shit. Yeah, that makes sense. Or the same amount that,
or just like just giving people, because I think
like
that,
they
like,
do with Sudafed.
I think it's just difficult to get off. Like, people
Sudafed,
don't have health insurance half the time. You know, maybe they have co-pays. Maybe like they can't take off time to go to work to like go to like multiple doctor's visits. And I know that's like it's not a high barrier of entry, but just for certain things, like it doesn't mean that everything should be over the counter. But certain things you would be like, oh, okay,
everything should be over the counter.
This is a kind of intense, but like we'll let you try it out for yourself. You know,
I think Sudafed's a great example.
I think it would be too expensive.
No good argument for having anything not be over the counter.
Yeah. You don't even really have to put like a limit on how much people buy. It'd be way too expensive for like the normie to just buy out, and the people who can like buy out bottles of alcohol and buy out bottles shouldn't be able to buy out bottles.
Do you agree with that everything should be over the counter?
I can think of one. I can think of one example of something that I might be uncomfortable with being over the counter, and that's going to be antibiotics, like penicillin and stuff, because we already have an issue of like antibiotic resistant bacteria, and because we're overusing it. I can imagine what would happen if like anybody could just go into the pharmacy and grab it for whatever purpose and just start using it.
Yeah.
Well, so when I say everything should be available over the counter, right? What I'm saying is there shouldn't be a government regulation to stop you from being able to purchase whatever it is that you want. That doesn't mean that pharmacies have to sell something that they think might be immoral, or that they think
up to their discretion,
or that there can't be other ways of dealing with those situations.
Okay,
right?
So then that answers the question I was going to ask you then. So basically, the only reason why I think it's fine to have these regulations is because some of these chemicals are quite dangerous, especially in combination with other chemicals, right? That's what the whole thing about pharmacology, that's the whole. But you're saying that even within your society, you would have like pharmacologists who can like as a matter of maybe protecting themselves from suit or something, right? You would hire pharmacologists and they would check to see if this will interact badly with other medications. It's just that the government wouldn't be mandating that.
Well, they act the way bartenders are supposed to act, where they can't pour drinks.
Okay. So we have currently the major regulatory agency that handles whether or not drugs are safe is the FDA. Right. The FDA had, basically gave a blank check to Purdue to start the opioid epidemic. This is the same people that worked with Big Pharma during the COVID pandemic. Let's set that portion aside for YouTube reasons and political expediency, right? This is the same people that made it so that it was nigh impossible to get vitamins during the AIDS epidemic because they knew that blacks, gays, and heroin addicts were the only ones dying. So they just made sure that they gave that they gave all the authority to AZT in extremely high doses, so we can just kill off the gays. Who gives a fuck? And this is the same company that has supported companies like Bayer when they intentionally infected people in Africa with AIDS by sending them tainted drugs that they knew they couldn't sell in America. And this is the same company that 25% of all drugs that they approve are recalled. They have the worst fucking track record of actually being safe of like that you could possibly fucking imagine. And then people are like, well, what if it was private? We need this company that literally has helped poison Americans like every 20 years with like the worst shit imaginable. And it's like, I would much rather have a private market where you go to the doctor and you say, hey, doctor, what do I need? And the doctor says, hey, I trust this company. I trust their drugs. This is who I use. They give me really good information and I pay for that information. And I'm an expert in these things. This is what I think is best for you and your health, as opposed to some government agency working with big pharma where it's illegal for me to buy fucking baby formula in Europe when there's a baby formula shortage, and the Biden administration has to send a fucking airplane over to Sweden to get Nestle's shitty baby formula back to us because it's illegal to buy baby formula that's better for us.
I have
of course the private
I have pushback on that, but like I and I'd like to talk to you about that, but later, because I don't want to go down that whole rabbit hole. And it's only slight pushback. I think maybe we could probably like work through it. But anyway,
that's fun.
I also got hot takes on baby
really
formula, by the way, but that's a different thing.
Of course,
Spike it with testosterone.
And primarily a scam, but we can talk about that later.
I would like to talk about that. Yeah. So I wanted to. I have a slight topic. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this crowd will glom onto this. I'm curious if you will or not. But I've been part of a group discussion, and among my friends, something we've been talking about is the word female, and whether the use of the word female is sexist. Right? There are a lot of women who say that like don't refer to me as a female, like refer to me as a woman, right? And there's a lot of pushback within my friend group about this, and I'm curious on like what your thoughts. Like, is this like a nothing burger, or like should we refer to people as how they should be referred to? Is there even if it's you think that it's not misogynist, right? Like, do you think the word is neutral, or like can there be connotations attached to it that are negative? Yeah, Ali.
The word became mandatory for like because it's men that are going to be using it, and especially with nowadays with like what is a woman? Yeah, guys are just female. Like where they're being direct.
Yeah.
I feel like it could. I feel like it used to. I feel like it was. I heard this like 2 years ago where people were using female, and they're like, well, we're not science experiments, we're not fucking lab rats, don't refer to us as females. Well, fine, but now the word woman's been stripped from us to an extent. Like we're arguing over that word. People are arguing over it. Unfortunately, you can disagree, but they are. And so nowadays, when someone says woman, right, it's like, well, that's kind of ambiguous. So female is like just a direct term.
It's not just that. Like, no, it's been weird to say woman for a long time in kind of a casual context. Like, hey man, that's normal. Hey woman.
Yeah, woman is always
hey
like
woman.
Hey
word.
female.
Does not sound right.
Female doesn't work either.
Haven't you always heard that?
Very different ring to it.
But hey lady is better.
Well,
that's because lady's a noun.
I don't know. I just think that like because I feel like a lot of people are going to disagree. Me making an affirmative case for it.
Woman is a noun.
But you can't say, "Hey, woman." That doesn't sound good.
Girl,
woman is just whoa, man. Whoa, man. You be.
What I'm just saying, female is an adjective, right? So it would be as if I were to refer to Prime as a black. Like there was a time in our history when we did that, right? But it's the fact. But black is an adjective. It's not a noun, right? And it's the same thing with male or female. Right?
It's so hard when you said it, Aiko. I don't know.
Yeah, men aren't offended.
That's the South African
men aren't offended if you call them male. They're not going.
But we don't call men males. Like it's something
because we're not arguing. Because we don't have an argument over what a man is. We don't argue.
When I hear the word male, the first thing that goes through my head is a suspect. Police officers.
I mean,
I'm looking for a white male suspect, age 35 or whatever. By the way, you can say male suspect because male is an adjective. You're describing the sex of the suspect.
A list of adjectives, yeah.
Sure, like,
but you don't know the sex of the person until you catch them and you check their sex. Otherwise, you're just assuming their sex.
The term is fine in like biological and like professional senses, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people using the word in common parlance. And I also push back against the idea that like men are like having to deal in the specifics related to trans people, the majority of people don't majority of people don't consider trans people in their day life. They don't say like, oh, like, oh, it's some girls over there, some women. Like, wait a minute, let me be specific. There's females.
I'm going to go ahead and argue that this female
Mhm.
thing is coming from the left. The women on the left are the ones arguing that they don't like the word female, and so men on the left, or even men that are talking to women on the left, yeah, they're going to use the word female because on the left, the trans ideology is what's big and popular. So the woman argument's happening more there than it is on the right.
I don't know if it's necessarily even just that, right? I feel like there's like a couple layers of this, right? I think that what y'all are saying is true with the ideology thing, but it's the same thing as like certain women and certain groups of women have trigger words, right? So if I was to say, oh, these bitches over here, I have several groups of friends where they're like, oh, no problem. Right, but if I call like my homegirl Misha a bitch, she's gonna stab me. Now, same group, two groups of women. If I call one of them a cunt, the one group of women pissed. The other groups of women, if I called Misha a cunt, she wouldn't give a shit. But if I called like my friend Destiny a cunt, she's gonna stab me, right? Same, and they're alternate. And then same thing with the women thing. If I say women, she's like, why you call me woman? Like you coming at me. But I'm like, oh, these females over here. She's like, yeah, these females over here acting up. Ha 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 ha. So I don't know that it's necessarily even the ideology thing, but I think it depends on whatever their specific nuanced triggers are like to it. And I think we're getting to a point where like almost any word that's a descriptive word for a person is becoming a problem. Like
for
if
a
I was
woman.
yeah, I mean, for anybody, really. Like earlier, we were talking about, like when we started this panel, we were talking about like what's the definition of masculinity, and like Scott was talking about chopping up liver and eating it, and Lactoid was talking about hunting the people that's eating the liver. Yeah, talking about the liver, hunting the liver from the animal, kind of thing, as well as I was. And if I was to say you were a liver eater, wow, you're sitting there excluding all these other people, and it's an issue. And so you can't almost use any descriptor now without people getting mad.
I think
it's a fair point.
To be fair, women in words has always been a thing, right? So it's like for the longest time, it was like, well, the word bitch, right? It's this derogatory term. But there's no term. I'm saying there's really no terms and no things that you're calling men where they're like so staunchly offended by. Words don't really affect men the same way that like they're apparently affecting women.
Okay,
when
this super isn't true.
No,
like, and maybe it depends on the group. Like I'll speak like historically with black people, like. Even with men, like even if it's grammatically correct, black people don't like being called boy. Like it's something I don't know. Something born into it. You call us boy. We feel offended by it,
but that's more due to racism than it is due to like your like male female. That's more because it's racist than it is because you're a man.
Also bring up sexism with the language.
One thing that's changing.
It's both. It's not just it's a combination. If there was no racist undertone, I don't think any black people would, or any black men would care with the boy. But because there's a racist undertone, that's the issue.
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I don't know. Has anybody else here been in the military? Is it just me, or is anyone else in? Okay. So when you're in the military, calling females female is super common. It's something everybody says. Especially specifically if someone is lower rank than you. Or if someone less so lower rank, but like you're in some level or position of authority of them in military culture. And so it is something that I and many veterans have had to transition out of when we went back into the civilian world. Because when you go back into the civilian world, you start calling people, you go, hey, female. And people go, the fuck did you just say to me? And but you're used to it being normal. And so it is absolutely true that it is culturally dependent and context dependent, but more so I would say it's culturally dependent. And what I think we're seeing is that with gender ideology, with critical theory, with TERFs, right, that are gender critical, right, there has going to be a shift in our culture. And so when you see a shift in our culture, you're going to see a shift in our language and how we use it. It's just natural. That doesn't necessarily mean that person's intending to be offensive, and that person actually may be intending to be offensive, right? It could be some weirdo that's trying to use female because they can't just have a normal fucking conversation at the workplace, right? Because they can't just call Sharon, but because Sharon's, Sharon's, Chris now, they have to be like female, like it could absolutely be derogatory to be calling like a trans man female, like to highlight their sex characteristics here. But I do think what you are seeing is very common to, like, we see this in the Black community, or not so Black language towards Blacks, right? It used to be appropriate to call Black people colored. That's what you were supposed to call black people, and then that became offensive, so you're supposed to call them African American.
The NAACP,
right? Then that became offensive. No, they're not racist. Just because they haven't changed the fucking name. Like it's
retard is another term that's like become offensive.
Well, yeah, retard. It used to be.
Well, that's when that sort of slid back out of offensiveness.
It used to be.
Again. Now it's okay.
And so
again.
black is how people prefer. And of course, with critical race theory and journalism adopting critical race theory, we are seeing that black now has to be capitalized or it's offensive if you have like a lowercase black in a lot of things. So language changes all the fucking time. I mean, Shakespeare essentially invented our modern English system from Middle English by inventing like 18,000 fucking words, right? I mean, and so I think people are probably making much ado about nothing here. And if it seems like it's used in a way to target trans men, then like, yeah, I would say that's probably an issue. I mean, they have a right to their speech, obviously, but they're probably doing it to be an asshole. But if it seems like it's happening organically and it seems offensive, that is likely just the cultural landscape and how we talk about identity and gender changing, and that's something that's just naturally occurring. And it feels weird, especially if you're not in the demographic cohort that the language is changing in.
I think the bigger reason, I think the two biggest reasons is offensive.
I want to hear from Bam, and then I'll hear from Lactoid and Ico.
Yeah, I would say I think the two biggest reasons it's offensive in common parlance is one, it feels non-specific to the humanity, like because female can apply to anything. That's the one reason. And two, in practice of how people typically use the word. If someone starts a phrase with female, I don't even think it's actually coming at trans people. I think it's followed up by some like sexist generalization about women. So it's like, oh yeah, females be crying all the time, or like you got that female brain.
That's a different context.
No,
we're
but
not
I'm saying
talking about
like
discussing females. We're talking about just specific individual, like, hey, female, or that female over there.
Yeah,
Well,
I think saying the individual thing, I think that's crazy. But I'm saying I think most people don't use it individualized. I think people use
it colloquially.
As a generalization. Yeah.
No.
Well, yeah, nobody's offended except for crazy, insane queer theorists that people use the word female at all.
That's not true.
We're talking about the concept. We're talking about the concept of when you're talking about a person that's right there, when you're replacing this or that, right?
I don't
Very
think that's what
important
Brian
in
was
grammar.
No, I think he was saying
This
the
or
term
that.
female in general being used so commonly in like instead of woman. Like people are just referring to females as females, and I think
If you're offended by that, you're fucking psycho.
That's
like your friends are fucking nutcases.
That's the discussion that's being happening. Yeah.
If we recognize that in California, 40% of Gen Z are identifying as either trans or non-binary, and so literally almost a majority of fucking Gen Z at this point, closely, will no longer identify as man or woman, and we're using female or male because it's literally impossible to discuss.
No, we're not. I'm not talking about being offensive. I'm not talking about politically or.
You're saying socially derogatorily.
Like socially accurate. You know, yeah,
females can't drive.
Yeah, you
females
can change that with anything.
But
you say women are dumb. Females are dumb.
That's all it was.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just.
But I'm saying that's why people are
matters.
generally offended, because it's usually followed up by something offensive. I think if historically the word was used in like a positive light, this conversation wouldn't have strummed up. But people now, when women hear the word female, it's trying to trigger something. It's like it's going to be followed up by something sexist.
Females are tone to bitches. Bitches and females is basically synonymous at this point. But then once again, to my point, like people are just using the word. It was women can't drive, bitches can't drive, females can't drive. It's just they're just using a different word, and I think it really is like I think they're driving home that point of like what nowadays I think maybe they are being offensive, but I think we are really driving in the point of like, okay, cool, we can't use the word woman anymore, female.
If you are correct, Ben,
but they're not.
If you are correct, hold on. If you are correct in your approximation, which I'm willing to entertain this. If you are correct in your approximation that there is a triggering aspect to the female who hears the term female, because there's a certain cohort of like internet bros or people or a certain pattern that they recognize where they hear the word female and it's either preceded or followed by something offensive about that category, then it's not the word that is an issue at all anyways, because people would use woman or girls in lieu of that anyways. It just happens to be that that's more common. And so if that's being associated in that way, what we're really discussing is females being offended by the very idea of being spoken about or targeted as a cohort that is different. And what you're seeing then is likely a growing feminist philosophy within females in our society, where they are offended by the idea that females are spoken about as a different group. And again, this probably brings in queer theory and gender theory here too, and the concept that like men and women are different. You're seeing a growing offense at the very idea that women are different in different
If men and
ways.
women are the same, then fine. Male,
so
female.
let's go. Let's
So
go.
that's
to,
all dependent upon
wait.
your position, Black.
I really want to engage with this because I think you guys are all missing the mark. But we'll go Lactoid, Aiko, Gibbs. Oh, and before you do, guys, if you liking if you're liking this content, consider supporting the channel by subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs, so that we can continue to have all these things, have these great discussions. You know, this was a topic last night. We want to see where it goes, but we've been having a lot of interesting conversations here because we got a great group of individuals, interesting people who like to discuss interesting things, have interesting ideas. And so if you enjoy being here, consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, give bits, give subs, or consider giving a super chat. It will react to the words. There are no super chats now. All right, so Corey, I know Corey's anticipating me screwing this up, but it hasn't happened yet.
That was salivating.
He absolutely was. But yeah, consider helping out the channel so that I can keep doing it. But Bam, thanks for being a real one, for gifting a sub. So consider you out there. I see a bunch of you not sub, but you seem to be enjoying the content. Consider supporting the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs, or super chat if you're in YouTube land. Okay, Electric, please.
One example that was brought up before is like a lot of studies that talk about like racial difference in outcomes. Like we'll refer to like whites and blacks, for example. I've actually had to like defend that recently. Like the fact that the study refers like to whites and blacks, specifically blacks, because that's like been seen as offensive. I think that, like people are kind of shifting on that, and I've seen recent studies like start to move away from that language and instead like refer to like instead of blacks and whites, they'll refer to whites and black people, which I think is interesting. They'll like make sure to specify black people, but with whites, obviously, it's just whites. With the woman thing, I'm gonna like.
I don't want to be in danger of accidentally believing that white people are people with
rights.
Right, of course.
Is white lowercase too?
Hyphenated American thing.
Yeah, whites is lowercase. Yes, black is uppercase. Of course.
But
no, I mean that's the journalistic standard.
I know. It's crazy. It's crazy, but it is
literally
that
is literally Chicago style rules currently.
I know. That's why I brought it up. Yeah,
but I wanted to say as well, like with the woman thing, this is like this totally intuition based. I have no studies backing this up whatsoever. Corey's gonna love it. I think what this maybe has a little bit to do with is that the term female, in my experience, is a term that's used generally by the archetype of a fuckboy, right? Somebody who's trying to hit on a girl specifically. And I feel like these kind of terms, like the terms that are like
animalistic analogy.
The terms that men are like used to hit on women with, I feel women have sort of like gravitated against because they feel they're demeaning in some way. So one of the things that like I've like naturally comes to me is like, what's up, girl? Like that's something that I just say. But I can't say that anymore because I've gotten a lot of responses of like,
get your mask.
Yeah, what's up, girl? It just flows so naturally. I'm not even kidding you. And I've had more than once. Like, I'm not a girl. Like, I'm a woman. It's like, oh, fuck. It's like, all right. Like, who are you calling girl? Like, wait, what'd you just say? Like,
some woman doesn't have the same ring.
Yeah. And then sometimes like if I'm like feeling like in an assholey mood, I'll be like, all right, hey, woman. And then of course, then she gets pissed off even more. So it doesn't really work out.
All right, that's when you triple down. You go, okay, all right, female, listen up, and then
and then you get hit. That's what happens the third time, right?
What you do is, what you do actually is you immediately switch to a Julia Child. Sorry, not in Julia Child.
What a reference!
The woman that not Julia Child.
Pretty Woman.
The other female cook.
The cook.
That the female.
Everyone knows
female
Julia
TV
Child
chef,
here.
Julia Roberts.
Shush. The female.
Do you know how little that narrows it down?
I'm sorry, Scott.
Y'all keep interrupting me. The lady that does like all the glazed hams and like mass Paula Deen. Thank you. You switch to a Paula Deen.
You should have known I would do
I'm
that.
not a girl. I'm a woman, and just immediately be like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, hon, sweetie. Oh my goodness, you need to get some meat on them bones. Why don't we? I mean, just really go full blown with it,
Thank you
That's
for
right.
that, Scott. Thank you. I appreciate that, Scott. Thank you so much.
Hey, y'all.
Let's go
Today
to
we're
our
going to make a
friend.
honey glazed ham with 10 pounds of sugar.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Oh, fuck. Let's go to Aiko and then our friend Gibbs. Actually,
So I want to
I
bring
would
us
totally eat
back
that,
to
but go
my
ahead.
earlier grammar point, because I'm not trying to say that grammar explains everything or that you can't change parts of speech. Like there's in fact, since Shakespeare was brought up earlier, Shakespeare was known for a rhetorical technique called anthemeria, where you turn a noun into an adjective or an adjective into a noun. Like it happens, we do that in speech all the
So are a
time.
bunch of his made up words.
So I'm not trying to say that just because it's an adjective, you can never say it, right? But there is an implication to the fact that you're referring to somebody as an adjective and not a noun that sort of robs them of their personhood. Especially, Bam mentioned that like it's something that's not even necessarily human referenced, right? Like you can be referring to a female giraffe or a spider or something like that. You know, the old song from like even before I was young, the female of the species is more deadly than the male, right? That's the sort of thing that sort of pops up in your mind. The female of the species, right? There's something sort of
what's the greater risk?
Animalistic about it. I'm sorry?
If you have to choose between woman or female in our current society,
woman,
for
sure.
Where the idea that non-binary and trans people are skyrocketing, and
Yeah.
most non-binary people, all they're doing is getting a pierced nose and like a streak of something in their hair and wearing a hoodie, and they're boy modding magically or something.
Right. Well,
And,
if
like,
you
If you're talking to an individual, you don't use either of these
if you
words.
want to
You just
solve,
say, "Hey, you."
If you want to solve the grammatical issue, but you still want to say female, you can say like a female person, I guess. Like just like you could say a black person or a white person.
Female person. That sounds awful. Oh my god.
Right.
I was talking to that
Yeah, I
female
hate to-
person over there. It's
yeah, but that right
Just
because
female
female is
birthing
so
persons.
clinical.
They're birthing persons now.
That's right, because female is such a clinical term that even when you attach it to a noun in the proper way, it does sound sort of almost dehumanizing, right? Like
what about double X homie? How about that? Does that work?
or maybe we like the fact that woman is kind of ambiguous, right? Because we don't quite know if you're referring to sex or gender when you say it. Maybe we need another word, and that word is just absent. Right, and maybe the attempt there to use the adjective as if it were a noun.
Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself.
I'm talking
about for categories here. I'm just talking about accuracy.
And just before you do that, thank you, Lady Kira, for becoming a tier 1 member on YouTube. Oh, that's super rare. And that only happened less than 10 minutes ago. Okay, so fuck you.
I'm marking it down on my calendar right now.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You didn't even get into double digits. But like Ike out real quick, like the state of our culture, where how are we supposed to as a society function like a well-oiled machine? Where we can look towards progress of our society, where we can live in a high trust society, where we can depend upon the web of voluntary exchange of ideas and services and goods towards inventing new things and new industries and new technologies and becoming spacefaring, when we're sitting here being like, maybe we need a new fucking word to deal with the fact that we're too terrified in our culture to be able to worry that we're not going to offend somebody. If we look at someone that's presenting feminine, and we can't say girl, and we can't say chick, and we can't say woman, and we can't say female,
and we can't say they, right? We can't use the singular they, right? Which
right, like
even though Shakespeare used it, like
you're proving that we live in a low trust society because we have to invent new words to try and hopefully not offend people.
And they're going to hate the word.
I don't understand why we're having this conversation.
You don't necessarily need to invent new words, but you do if you want to say something specific, right? If you want to say woman, but you want woman to mean a female person, and you're not willing to use the word person because you don't like it, sorry, Lactoid, then you're going to need a new word. You're just going to need a word if you don't want to be misunderstood.
Well, but then what if they don't like that word?
We don't use the
people.
Why do we keep applying
that's its own
The problem is, what if they don't like that word?
This is the idea where men's fault. We're making up like we're saying like this is so difficult, and we're making up a problem where it doesn't exist. The problem doesn't exist. We don't address individuals as woman or female or girl. We don't talk to people that way. We say their names.
We talk to men like that.
Hold on.
We don't say, hey. Well, I guess who says?
What's
hey,
up, man? How you doing, man? What's up?
Well,
We
hold on,
literally
hold
do that
on,
all
hold-
the time.
Hold
But
on,
we
man.
don't say male in that
I'm gonna
way.
push back
not
against
usually.
Because we don't have to. We don't need to because men weren't offended at the fact
No,
that
no,
we use man. That's
So,
the
no,
only
no,
reason we're.
hold on.
Typically
No, they're
advocate
not
to say
affected
women.
at being called women. They're not offended. In fact, they're insisting on it, right? They're saying
No, but woman
refer to
doesn't
me
mean,
as a
but
woman, not as a
But woman
female.
doesn't mean what like
So men are-
there's
so-
no agree,
so
we don't have an
men would be
agreed
offended to
upon
have
term.
to say
We're arguing what the term woman means.
Yeah, but
It used to
99+% of the
Women
time,
aren't
that's not an
arguing-
issue.
making that
in
argument.
I mean, I understand that 99, but the only people that are complaining about the terminology are the people that are like, these are the people we're talking about.
No,
It's going
okay,
to be from
so-
the left, and those are the people that are having that
All right,
argument.
I'm gonna let Gibbs in, but I really want to push back like so hard on all this.
So I want to push back kind of what like Bam said, and actually just kind of like what y'all said. So yeah, if you're walking up and you're going, these females over here, you're like, hey female, hey girl. I mean, yeah, that's those are that you're not going to use that generally, like right, like that's going to be dehumanizing. That's going to be a problem, right? And I agree with Bam when he says that, right? That's generally not how you have a normal conversation. Even Lactoid going up and say, what's up, girl? That's probably not good. You could go up and say, what's up, mommy, or some other wild shit, and then be better. But like if you go up and just saying like that, yeah, obviously dehumanizing. But this is where the problem lies, right? If I'm like you're trying to
get
say,
my ass kicked.
well, yeah, then you just got to say it better.
Hola,
Yeah, well, here's the trick though. Like, this is the
It is
issue.
true.
Right?
If you could just say it in a charming way, you'll get
Yeah,
forgiven.
yeah, you get away with a lot of stuff. But here's the-
Mommy? You think you
yeah.
could say mommy in a charming way?
Yo,
I guarantee you, Gibbs does.
Have you ever been in Miami?
I do. I always say
people
mommy.
do.
Tight black leather,
But
I guess.
That's that. I literally only use mommy. Anyway,
Yeah, mommy's like proper.
So I like here's our little mama and all sorts of stuff. So
Do
here's
you
the,
not date like Latin women?
Yeah, it's great. But
Hispanics? You're missing out.
That's not the point I'm making, right? So the point I'm making is that almost all descriptive words have become a problem, right? So say I'm sitting here like here on this panel, and I'm to describe like individuals that are females, right? And we're gonna sit here and describe them. If I was to describe them as individuals who are female, like people are gonna be mad, right? They're gonna be like, "Oh, that's you can't call them that," etc., etc. Same thing if like when y'all said men don't get mad, men do get mad. Do you remember when everybody used to say, "Oh, say I was gonna describe," we'll pick Lactoid here again because I know he's not gonna be mad. If I was gonna say he's a cis male. Well, he might get mad if I call him a cis male. He's gonna be like, "Well, what is cis? That's an insult," just like Elon Musk did, right? He's gonna be mad, or like or any really descriptive term. We've gotten to a point. It's not that we need new words; it's that every descriptive word that we've made is a cancel word now, and we can't describe anybody in any manner because everybody's got this cult of personality where they think they're special, right? And that's the problem that I keep trying to like emphasize. Yeah, it's not just gender abolitionism; it's descriptive abolitionism. We've gotten to the point where like if you describe somebody anyway, they takes away their individuality. It's derogatory. It doesn't even have to be derogatory. I could say that Corey is a smart man, and he could be upset that I call him a smart man. He'd be like, well, he's like, well, I'm an intelligent male, or I'm an intelligent man of 2 zygotes, or whatever the fuck he wants to say. And like you're gonna sit here, yeah, I don't know. I'm just making shit up, right? Like we're just like, the point is that I'm making any descriptive term that's like become taboo now because it doesn't matter what words we come up with. People are going to find a way to be offended because they all want to be special. That's the thing.
I love that we learned today that Corey is a parasitic twin. But
is mommy the same thing as daddy in this case?
No, it's Papa. Papi.
Yeah, Papi. Hey, Papi. How you doing?
For the Puerto Ricans, Papa.
Why is it English when it was referring to women, but then Spanish when it's referring to men? I feel like
you have to say mommy. You don't say mommy.
Lactoid, I do this all the time. Like, okay, Papa, calm down. Like, all the time.
He does it to me. He does.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've never heard you call a woman on here mommy.
I have. I mean, hey, mama, calm down. Relax.
Yeah. I mean, the ratio here is a little bit.
Yeah, it's not much.
If you're ever in like Miami, like everyone calls each other Papa and Mommy. And same thing in New York too, especially if you're like, in like
don't do it like
I always thought that was like a sexual thing. That's what I thought.
It is a sexual thing.
It's not a sexual thing.
It's flirtatious. It's
I mean, well, that's what I mean. I mean, it's flirtatious. Like you wouldn't do that in like a library, but if you're in
I would absolutely do it in a library.
Goofy, you could say like, hey,
you might not.
Like I have no fucking shame. Hot chick in the library. What up, mommy?
I'm like, listen, mommy, how you doing? Hey, what you reading over here?
Mommy, what's up?
You reading Karl Marx? Hey, mommy, you reading?
I don't like that. I really don't like that.
You reading Karl Marx over there, mommy?
Lactoid's offended by the term.
Yeah, I'm offended. It
you also don't like the term woman and female.
It makes me nauseated a little bit. No, those are fine, but like
mommy is
yeah.
Well, you're thinking mommy.
You use mama. You use mama.
Because Lactoid is a white I'm a white.
I'm a white.
Come on,
Yeah,
get in
sorry.
here.
I
Destroy
would
everybody.
like. Okay, all right. So I'm gonna put one. I'm with Blacktroid on this. I don't like referring to women as mommy, right? Like I don't want us
It's just code
associate.
switching.
You just
Yeah.
you're not around enough Hispanics.
It's just
Yeah,
code
you gotta be
switching,
more
right? Like if you were
I
around
do.
a bunch of Hispanics, you would code switch in that
Yeah.
way. Just like when I'm dating a black girl and I end up hanging out with her and her friends for like a long time.
And then what do
I'll,
you
like,
say?
Come back.
Yeah, what do you say?
I'm not going to tell you what I say.
What do
come
you
back
say,
and I
Scott?
have a very different language. All right, I'll just say that. Like I'm not dropping N bombs. All right, but I will change. I will code switch.
All right.
Because it's just the thing that
I'm about to
happens
say, if you're
with
around a black
everybody. I
woman
change
that's
the way
like
that I end
older
up
than
speaking over
26,
time.
she's probably gonna call you baby, and she doesn't mean it sexually.
110.
Or
Yeah.
any, or
See,
any,
that's
or
heartwarming,
any
though.
other
Hey,
type,
baby.
or any
I'm
other-
okay
Like
with
her
that.
mom will call me
Or
baby
doll,
all the
they'll
time.
call you
It's
doll.
a term of
Let
endearment.
me.
Sweetie,
Yeah,
doll.
that's kind of that's
sweetheart,
southern
doll.
though. That's just generally southern,
then
right?
there's a
Like
difference
southern women
between
will also
baby
call
and
you
baby
baby
doll.
doll.
right?
Yeah.
The word A in
super-
front and it changes.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Look.
But you
I
can
say-
call a woman baby too, and that's fine.
I
Usually.
am not. I don't like associating like my mother with an object of affection, like at
Yeah.
all.
No,
Like,
your mommy
at all.
and mommy are two
I know-
different.
I don't
I
even
hear
call
you.
my mom mommy, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't even call my
Yeah,
mom mommy. Exactly. Right. Yeah. Or I
They're
don't
two
even-
different words.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But like, I don't like mixing them up at all. I'm just saying it makes me uncomfortable. I'm not saying that like you
I
should
feel
feel
you.
the same way. Yeah.
I get you.
But yeah, because it's weird. Like, she can call me daddy if that's her thing, right? But like, I won't do like the same in reverse. No thanks. But I know.
You alpha male.
And that's not even a white
can
saying
call me
that.
daddy.
So I,
Yeah.
But you're not my
Not even a
goddamn
white
mom.
thing.
Y'all just
No,
said
now
it
that
like
you got your black
quotations.
friend to sign up on it, it's not a.
Well, it's just like
But-
in Middle Eastern
girl.
culture, Lebanese culture, like
Good girl.
Habibi, Habibti. We call
Yeah.
people my heart, my like. It's just you speak kind of romantically flirty. It's just what
Yeah,
it is.
you know,
Oh yeah, all of y'all are Habibi, ain't it?
I don't mind.
Habibi.
I don't mind being flirty. I just don't like mother, like anything. That
I get
involves,
what you're
like, mother-
saying. I get what
yeah.
you're saying. Yeah.
That's your male
Okay.
privilege speaking, Prime.
This is indeed it is. But
Yeah.
okay, so going back to the subject we're talking about, I think that especially when I'm hearing from Scott and from Ali, that you guys are mixing the discussion that we're currently having, the cultural discussion we're currently having, being the trans discussion, with this separate topic of like calling cis women female. Right, like that is a these are two distinct discussions that maybe
No, they're
today are being overlapped.
They aren't.
But
They're-
like this thing predates, right, our current cultural conversation on trans individuals. Completely predates it,
Mhm.
right? And I would say that people have been insulted. They've been saying that like it's infantilizing or dehumanizing. They've had all kinds of different words from this, and I don't think that the people who are insulted necessarily line up with the people who are like trans defenders. I think that you can find
mean,
conservative
I was
women.
saying that it's
I
more
think
on the
it's
left.
like-
I
I
don't think
think it's
conservative
just-
women care typically what words you're using. I don't think conservative
I
women
think
care about the
I
word
think they
woman.
do. I think
The term
there's,
female, I think
there's-
they're using it now.
You don't want to call it
there's,
bitch. That's for
police,
sure.
there's language policing on conservatives' side. That absolutely happens. It's just on different axes.
They don't even
And they
call
don't
it
look at
this.
it the same way.
remember back
To
in the
not to the same
50s when you could
extent,
just say
yes.
whatever you wanted. Those are the days.
Hold on. So I don't
You have
talk
a new
about her
fairy queen
much, right?
back.
I don't talk about her much, but I think most of you are aware that my grandmother and I, we talk all the time, and she's a critical theorist and a sociologist, right? I've
And
been
I still wanna
debating
meet her.
since I was a little fucking kid. Yeah, she probably won't ever. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not introducing her into the network. But I remember growing up because my grandmother was also a massive second wave feminist, right? She had a license plate that said feminist. I mean, she has a she has
So
like a
interesting.
quilt from like 20 different charity organizations that are like started in Richmond because she basically started all of the domestic violence women's shelters in the state of
I
Virginia.
love
and,
everything
like, all
about
this
this
other
woman.
stuff, right?
She's amazing.
So when I was a kid, there was a big insistence on changing our language from both my father and I because we casually use the word chick, right? It was common in the 90s to call women chicks. It's like, oh, these chicks over here, this chick, and you had to be very careful if you accidentally said that around grandma, because it didn't matter that it was Christmas. Like, you were going to get a fucking earful if you used the term chick, because it's dehumanizing, because it separates the woman from her identity, because you're labeling her as something that is a sex object that's meant to be seen as, as something that is an object of your affection and your yada 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 yada. And like, to a certain extent, I absolutely agree with her. In I don't agree with the concept that she gets to control my language or anything, but I'm in her home, right? I don't know that being offended is all that helpful. And I think it is a bit of a hysteria, histrionics, whatever a term that is loosely affiliated with females.
They're just being crazy, right?
Agree.
It's
Yeah.
sexist term, yeah.
Because it's where hysterectomy comes
they
from.
They might be on their period.
Right.
Go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Right. You got it.
Once a month.
But nevertheless, I don't think I'm necessarily disagreeing with you, Prime. The reason I'm bringing up the trans thing is not to say that the trans thing is why we're having this issue. What I'm saying is, what word seems to be offensive, and the concept of dehumanizing a person based upon a word that is disliked is culturally dependent. That's why I said I had to retrain myself as a veteran when I went into the civilian world, because we use it all the time. We say female, and females don't get offended because it's totally normal parlance in the military, but in civilian sector, it's not. And so the culture is different. And what those words are and what words feel weird or what we don't like, my argument is this, is that female is not a slang terminology, which makes it very different than some of the words and the battles we've had over the years. Why is it that a word isn't slang, that's very technical, has become offensive in some capacity to some people? Some of it is the dehumanizing aspect. Some of it is the way that it's used. Some of it is going to be the thing we've been talking about kind of all night in a way, which is the fact that women are becoming more feminist and men are becoming more red pill, more conservative, more pushing towards right-wing cultural values. And when we're splitting off, and that's causing disjunction in our ability to communicate certain things. I'm simply saying that this is one of many factors that changes the culture and makes it context dependent, and is probably partially why some people or the culture is changing in the usage of that word, because many people are going to be offended by the idea of woman or the idea of female, when a certain subcategory of people don't like gender critical turfs, like, J.K. Rowling being like, fuck you, you're a female, right? It's not just the red pillars. It's also the feminists themselves. So I don't necessarily disagree with you. I'm not saying this is all the trans thing fault. I'm saying our culture is changing. This is one way it's changing. And my entire argument is the offense is culturally dependent, because there are cultures that I myself have lived in where this is totally normal.
Of course. Almost all of the things that we were discussing is culture dependent. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
I was saying it was strengthened with like the whole trans ideology thing. But even beforehand, you saying there was a problem before. I think women have always had a problem, to Gibbs's point, with like descriptors, right? I think even referring to women as women do this, they didn't like that. And so like anywhere, chick was bad,
or
baby
broads.
was bad.
They don't like broads either.
Baby girl. There seems
That's a
to
good
never,
one too.
There seems to
How
never
far
be a
we
word.
go? Like sugar tits is a problem.
Yeah. Anytime we seem to
So
use
like,
any word,
why is broad even bad? I don't know.
Anytime we seem to use any word to want to describe like woman or female person, it seems to be like, well, we're not a monolith, so you can't just say women this, because the term is a descriptor of all. They're not a monolith. And I'm saying the issue that we don't have with like men in this regard is that the assumption, I'd assume, the assumption is that when you say man, people mean male person. They mean male. They're not referring to men and thinking of trans ideology or trans men. Right. They're referring specifically to males, and none of us are disagreeing with that. And that's what I'm saying right now. It's such a, like, now it's maybe more, it's less derogatory in sense to use the term female, because people are being more descriptive. And the other argument is that this typically this word thing only comes from the left. Like typically
there's
speaking,
another factor here. If we take out politics, right? If we really just try and look at it, C. Wright Mills, 1956. You know what I mean? Like using your sociological imagination here, looking at it from a different perspective. So there's another thing that we have to consider, which is very, very often offense, especially from women, maybe not, maybe it's equal in both, is going to be determined from the perspective of whom is saying it, right? If a hot guy calls you something, or your boss calls you something, or someone, or professor, or someone in a position of authority, or someone that you respect says something, you're far less likely to be offended than by your social peers, especially if it's a social peer that you find to be unattractive or you don't like in some capacity. And I think what we are seeing too, and this is kind of the real argument from the bell curve, as opposed to like Charles Murray getting in trouble one fucking chapter of race IQ, is this concept of, as we've opened up our culture from living in small towns where everybody knows everybody, well, his whole point was like, smart people go to university and there's an IQ brain drain. That's really the point of the book, is that intelligent people are breeding instead of rebreeding in the community. Like the smartest people are going off and breeding, and the dumbest people are pairing, and it's like causing a separation. But I think there's some truth, maybe not to that per se, but there is some truth to the idea that offense is increasing because respect of social peers from females is decreasing, because females are no longer dating within the immediate male population that they're interacting with. They're on Instagram, they're on dating apps, or they're just meeting a higher percentage of people, right? It's a numbers game. If they're meeting 1,000 people instead of 200 people, what we're seeing is an increase in females' ability to choose better mates, especially at a young age, where they happen to be more feminist and more politically engaged. And their social peers, like you 22-year-old girl in college, her social peer is a 22-year-old guy. And like, it used to be that was a potential dating partner for a 22-year-old girl.
Wait, is this the same monologue since you started talking about grandma? I feel like I would look down for like 15 minutes. I looked up, he was still talking. I'm not saying you have a point, but I'm like, oh my God.
Bam. I know you checked out, but hear me out. So I think what you might be seeing too, is a slight increase in offense, because the speaker of these messages are people that women aren't respecting, or don't see as potential dating partners, or don't see as potential equals, because they have a larger market in the dating pool and a larger amount of people that they're seeing in general. So those, those that they respect aren't necessarily their peers. I don't know. This is really just an intuition looking at it sociologically, but I don't know. I think that might play a factor here in terms of any word in identification.
So I wanted to go back.
It's a hypothesis, for the record. It's not like me saying this is true.
Fair enough. So going back to this discussion, right? Like,
nobody know what he just said. I'm sorry. No one had anything to respond, because no one knows what he just said. It was a lot. Like, I'm not saying it wasn't valuable, but it became so much that not a single person knew what to respond to.
Bam, is this your first time? First time with Fabian?
No, it was hilarious. Okay,
that's kind of sad for you to admit. But like, you can't pay attention and follow basic.
I did not. That's why I need my ADHD meds over the counter. I'm trying
we got to play Subway Surfers
hold on.
below in the bottom part of the screen.
Bam! I got that black market for the ADHD.
All right, DM me.
There you go. Okay, so
I do think you're actually very intelligent. Like that. Don't think that's a shot.
Can we bring the term broad back?
You can try. I want
Dames. I want Dames to make a
Dame is a good one. Dame isn't even offensive. I don't think anybody.
But if you call a girl a Dame right now, there's not a term on earth you can call a girl that isn't offensive, man.
I used harlot.
Dame. Harlot will get you slapped, but Dame.
No, they liked it. They thought that was funny.
I'm bringing back harlot, and I'm bringing back slattern.
Slattern. I use that, by the way, Scott. I've been using
these
that.
These are perfect words for OnlyFans girls that are out here. It's like, I don't know if you're a whore. I don't really know if you're a whore if you're like on Twitch and like you're like an e-girl with like your ass taking up 70% of the screen, and you have a free OnlyFans, and you're doing everything you can to get subscriptions from 13-year-old boys, because you know that if you had a paid OnlyFans and that like the boys couldn't pay for that, but they totally can give you Twitch subs and then log into your fans. I don't know if you're a whore. You're fucking close. I think of you as a whore, but I don't know if you're a whore. But you're definitely a slattern and a whore. And we need to bring those words
I
back.
like
right?
Hussy as well.
Can
He's
you
got
Like
him
Cardi
Hussy's a
B,
good one.
right? Cardi B. Cardi B's not a whore per se, but the
No,
bitch likes
she's
to
a-
steal money from people that she may or may not drug in her stripping days, and then brags about it like she didn't admit that she sexually assaulted people and stole money from them as a stripper. And I'm like, you're fucking slattern
Yeah,
shaking
if
your
that was-
goddamn
if
ass.
that was
I
real-
assign
song.
agency to the men going to the
Hold
strip
on,
club and taking pills from the
hold
stripper.
on,
I don't
Hold on,
know.
sociologic.
She
Hold
put
on.
it in their
Right,
drinks.
I'm
didn't
saying
she?
she's not, I don't know if she's
No.
a
She
whore
Bill,
per
hold on,
se,
sociologic. She
but she
Bill
is a
Cosby
slattern.
him. She literally admitted that Bill Cosby him. The only difference between her and Bill Cosby is Bill Cosby was a man and a doctor.
Cardi B Cosby.
Yeah,
I
doctor.
don't know if they weren't. I don't know.
Robbing people is probably a little bit different than sexual assault, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look
they
at
both are
Ali
bad, though.
blaming the victim right now, even when it's a man. Look at this. No one can call Ali sexist. Right now, Ali is saying the men shouldn't have gone
Yeah.
there and they shouldn't
He's
have
a
taken the
habitual
pills.
victim blamer.
Yeah,
He's an
I don't
habitual
know.
equal
Wait, hold on,
opportunity victim
Ollie,
blamer.
I don't know
did
if
you
I'm
Look at what's
showing
wearing.
at the
That
strip
men
club
look
and
like they
taking
have
drinks
money. They
handed
shouldn't
to me
have
from
no
a
clothes on.
stripper and like
I bet you would
not
rob them if
being
they look
weary
broke.
of that.
He's being consistent. He actually blamed the people that went to the Diddy parties too.
Yeah,
so, like,
I have no. Yeah, like
He's not sexist.
Okay.
I feel like we forgot Diddy murdered people, and like we're all mad that he.
Diddy is a GTA character in real life.
yeah,
Right.
true.
I mean,
Yeah,
like,
pretty much.
I don't know
Yeah.
why.
All right. Okay, so I was trying to like roll it back.
Maybe I'm
to-
not supposed to say
Do
that.
you want a subject?
No, it's
change, or
fine.
do you
I don't
wanna-
care. I don't care. I like.
You want a
fuck-
topic
I was,
change?
oh, I
I'm
was
not-
like, I
I'm
was
not
like,
a fan
am I
of
not
Diddy.
supposed to say Diddy
No.
killed some people?
I'm not a fan of Diddy. Like,
Do you want a topic change, or do you want to stay on?
It's not. I
Daddy.
wanted to like. Try
I'm
to
gonna
s-
get out of here. To be honest with you, I got shit to do tomorrow.
Oh, it's 11:30. I didn't even realize that. Okay. That's fair. But well, I mean, did anyone want to say anything more on the female thing?
Well, I just wanted to ask you if you know of a term that can refer to women as that doesn't get misconstrued as
I would think
derogatory
you would
eventually.
say the same
Hello,
thing about
Cold
black
Tony.
people, though.
Food does.
I'm
Food
sorry?
does
What-
works really
What
well.
was that, Prime?
I would say that you would say the same thing about black people. Like, all the only point that you're making
All black people
is
look
that
alike? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
Wait, so who here
There's
So
watches?
there's not a term that you can refer
There's
to
a
them as
Venn
in the bad
diagram
way.
of
I wanted to ask Bam
There's a-
this. Bam, do you watch wrestling?
Not really.
Okay, well,
But I
then
used
I
to.
guess. Well, so
I
the
know
Rock,
old stuff.
the Rock came back recently,
Mhm.
and he was using the word "boy" left and right to all sorts of people, and I was very interested that he was getting away with it,
It's because
and-
we claim The Rock is black,
That's his thing.
technically.
Yeah.
even though he's Samoan.
Yeah, number
No,
one,
he's black.
His dad's
He's
black.
that was his
Oh.
thing. He used to call people monkey. You know.
So,
monkey
do y'all have a
animals all
problem
the
with
time.
like Foghorn Leghorn
Who's that?
as it, like the
Uh,
chicken?
It's
Fucking-
cartoon.
From Looney
cartoon,
Tunes?
like,
Yeah, the chicken's like,
Looney
boy. I
Tunes.
said, boy, let me tell you what, boy. The chicken.
Oh,
He's a
yeah.
rooster.
It's like the Savannah.
Yeah,
accent,
that
I
probably
think.
wouldn't work today, but I think it's like Appalachia.
It's not
I'll
Appalachia.
say y'all. You think that? I don't think it was a strong Southern draw.
Yeah, it was definitely a strong
The
Southern.
Foghorn
Yeah.
Leghorn? Yeah.
It's
it was
a
fine.
song.
Boy
It's a-
is
it's a-
absolutely a
it's a-
southern thing,
like
right?
a
Yeah.
But I
Kentucky
not
It's gonna be a boy.
sort of
Yeah,
Tennessee
what
accent.
state was
100%.
what state was I say
Bam.
y'all? I don't know. I consider like
Bam.
I thought he was
It's
from
a-
like
it's a-
Georgia or something.
Yeah,
Bam.
Georgia,
Bam.
Savannah, Georgia. I
Bam,
thought that was
oh my
like
god!
That's
I
in
can
the
just tell you
South.
the answer. I can just tell you guys the fucking. It's an antebellum accent. It's going away. It's an
Yeah.
a southern aristocracy accent that
Yeah.
doesn't really exist anymore. You only hear
Maybe
from like
that's it,
old country ladies.
Yeah.
No, I hear people say
It's
that
like
all the time.
wealthy,
They're like,
rich
that
white
boy over
people
there acting
who
up.
own plantations.
Yeah, but that's fine. We got on Foghorn Leghorn. Oh my god, I don't.
We were
I-
answering Ali's question because Ali
Well-
asked you a question in
Oh,
terms.
yeah,
What's the
yeah,
term
yeah.
that's like
How do-
not
how do I
derogatory
Venn
towards
diagram.
women?
Yeah,
And then you were doing
yeah.
the Venn diagram. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
I think
Virginia, which I don't know how we call that in the South. I'm sorry, I had to look up where he was from specifically. Apparently, he's from Virginia, which I feel like I'm closer with West Virginia, so I'm not crazy.
Plus, I'm not really sure that.
Yeah, it's a plantation
Anthropomorphic
accent.
chicken.
We'll
It's,
eventually be
it's
able
an
to answer, bro.
antebellum.
I don't know what he
aristocracy
is. If he was going to be a race, what race do you
Probably
think
what Thomas
Foghorn Leghorn
Jefferson
would be?
sounded like.
No, that's a white
Hilariously
man.
enough.
You think Foghorn Leghorn's a white man? He's a white
That's
man.
definitely a white. That's a white
that's
man.
pretty funny. That's pretty
He
funny.
walked
actually.
around with his chest poked out. He knew he had
Right?
rights.
Ain't it hilarious?
I got
to
a
know that's
question for
probably
the
what
panel
fucking
after Prime
TJ
answers.
was fucking sounded like.
Okay.
I said, that one looks mighty nice in the quarters. We should give her own home.
Oh
You know,
my.
it's fucking hilarious.
Oh my god. That. Oh my. Thanks for making my night with that one. That's actually awesome, Scott.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
But okay, so I was saying Venn diagram. But you're talking about you're basically there's a Venn diagram of offense, right? And who falls like when you say a word, who falls within a particular circle of that offense. So I think there are black people who don't like to be called black, right? There are black people who don't like to be called African Americans. I just learned on Twitch, right? Because
there was a whole thing on Congress about it.
all the black individuals around me are fine with be calling African American, but like whatever. But there are people who don't like to be called colored. That's a bigger cohort at this point, right? And Negro, depending on the concept, yeah, right. But like, there's just like, but you can
never from white people.
Yeah.
Well, okay, hold on. What about?
I'm
so
trying to imagine
Hispanics,
the Russian roulette of me going into
Hispanics
the
are kind of like on the line.
That girl got
like,
canceled.
Negro.
So that Mexican
is also an adjective.
So hold on, that Mexican weather girl almost got canceled because she blamed her black dog Negro, and they almost canceled her for it. She's
That's
like, well,
culturally insensitive.
And
Come on.
like, and she was like, well, how else do you say black in Spanish?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a story time real quick. So my grandmother, who was a
time.
sociologist,
What did you get reminded from?
You're
I
good.
was
You're good.
concerned.
I don't know what we just heard. It gave you a
You're gonna be
story.
like, so
concerned.
my grandfather, my step grandfather, who's married to my grandmother, right? He is a super high functioning autistic person that works in the computer industry.
Ooh, this is not getting any better.
Because he's worked on the Discovery, he's worked on the Challenger. Like when NASA couldn't figure out what was wrong with their software, they call him, right? He's wicked smart. And he's also crazy. So my grandmother had a black cat named Iggy, years and years and years. One day that cat died. And so she, wait for it. So she gets a new black cat that's a rescue one day. And of course, Jimmy, playing the long game, was like, we should name it after Iggy. And she was like, oh, really? And he's like, yeah, let's name it Jiggy. So he's got a black cat named Jiggy. And he waited years training this cat to answer to a certain thing secretly until she brought over black politicians that were very important within Richmond City and connected people that were coming over for like a hosted dinner with the two of them because she's politically connected with quite a few people. And he waits until they're sitting there, sits down in the room with these two well-to-do black power couple in like local politics. And it just goes, come here, Chickaboo. Come here, Chickaboo. She did not speak to him for like 3 years. Like she slept in a separate house for a while. Like it was
that was
that
gonna be
bad.
worse. That's not great, but I honestly, when I heard Iggy, I just knew
I thought a different word was coming.
Woo!
Yeah.
Okay.
No, because we were talking about old resurrected racist and sexist terms. And I was like, that's one you never hear anymore. And he played the long game so that he could call the black cat Jigaboo in front of fucking connected political black power.
Is that a racist thing? I don't never even heard of that term before.
Yeah.
Super racist from you can't call someone that.
Yeah, super racist.
Well, I never have, but I never even like knew that would have been effective.
I would even recommend not saying it.
You're giving him another tool. He just
added
another tool in my tool belt. Thank you.
I would even say that you might get canceled on Twitch if you say it. Like you might.
Well, I'm not going to say it on Twitch. Don't worry.
That's in private.
But okay, Ali. So I've been like trying to get this point across literally 20 minutes. Okay,
so there isn't
just that. Yes, there are offensive terms, and I think it's fine. Like that happens when you're talking about a marginalized group. That they get be very particular on how they're referred to because oftentimes they're referred to in very disparaging ways. And so that's why that happens. I don't think it's anything specific to women, to women folk. I think it's just in general that once you have
like merfolk.
He's trying not to get canceled.
That's a Western thing. That's definitely a Western thing. Women folk, right? Yeah, right. Or at least the Imagine Wild Western books, right? That's what that is. I don't know if they ever said it before. Anyway, yeah. So when you have a marginalized group, they become very particular about these things because language is used against them. It's used as a cudgel.
Yeah.
Right. So they're going to react. But
with the black community, it feels like you guys do typically agree. You pick a word and you agree. It may shift every few years, but we pick a word and we agree. But with women, it seems like no word. Like to Aiko's point, even if we created a new word,
no. So Ali, you've asked the vast majority of women, hey, does the word women, a woman, is that offensive to them? They say no. Is the word mother offensive to them? They say no, right? And the word birthing person offensive to them.
But we're literally in the process of changing the term maternity ward.
Yeah.
To
it's kind of
like
Latinx, where like
right?
the only
So
people
it's
that want it are like
I don't know if we are actually in the process of actually doing that. I think that within some specific context we are discussing these things, but no, there is no large scale.
That would be a good long-term bet.
Yeah. But
it also wouldn't be that. It also wouldn't be an issue of like a professional medical place uses a word like that's not the same as like society.
Lactoid.
Well, no, but it leaks into society, right? If now birthing person becomes the normalized term.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say birthing person and start a whole thing about birthing person. All right, let me
Lactoid,
you want to say something?
I just have a quick question for the panel. I can think of insults for like white people, but I can't think of any like gendered insult towards a man.
That was my point.
Someone in my chat said penoid, which sounds pretty fun.
This is the new one.
That could be offensive. That could become an insult, but I can't think of any like actual insults.
There isn't.
That dovetails with what I just said because it's not marginalized, right? The non-marginalized group, they don't have insults like that.
There's lots of them.
Even
not
the words against
y'all don't hang out with women.
Oh my God, guys! Even the words against white people aren't actually offensive to white people, right? Like I can call no, it's not the same, right?
No, I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying that at least there are some offensive words that for some white people can be offensive.
But it's
you and I aren't like Southern poor white people living in black communities, so it's not going to hit us the same way.
You can come up with a word, right? And like black people can say words to white people in an attempt to hurt their feelings, but it doesn't work in the same way. And in the same way, women can use words for the male side.
I have a wonderful time. I agree with Prime. Black people are easily offended, unlike white people that are stronger and better. We all disappear.
Clip it.
You can call somebody a dick. That's gendered, right? It's
that's not a gendered insult.
No one cares. You're not. It's like
you can call a woman a dick. Right?
Exactly.
Calling a bitch though. It's kind
you can say
but even when you call a man a bitch, like the insinuation is you're acting.
No, a woman. I said if you call a woman a bitch.
Men are more offended by being called a bitch than they are being called a dick. Honestly.
Well, for sure, because that's a good point. Yeah.
Or a pussy, yeah, exactly. The gendered insults, it's the female version of that insult that's always worse. Right? Call somebody a pussy, they'll be offended. Call somebody a dick, and they'll probably fess up to it.
But I think it just has more to do with like we are, bigger, stronger, whatever. Like our words would hurt more. Women are more affected by words. It affects them.
Hold on, y'all are definitely wrong on this subject. There are ways to insult men that are specifically gendered. Y'all just don't hang out with enough women. I'll give you an example. One of the ways is they start talking about your member quite a bit. Like,
but that's not like an actual word.
Motherfucker, the LDS, this LDS over here. I've heard that one.
That's a personalized attack, right? It's not necessarily gendered.
It's not
right?
universal.
So, hold on.
The one that would see with gendered is if you call like someone a sex pest or you call a predator, right?
If I was gonna be like,
those
look
are
at
probably
these
gendered.
pussies over here. What's the implication they ran through? Same thing. These little dick motherfuckers over here. It's not.
Gibbs, no. What we're saying is there's not like a single term that I can think of at least. I agree with you. Like, the go-to insult for women is like big head, small dick. As Bill Burr famously said, right? This is like what they always do.
Creep and predator are probably like, even though they're not specifically gendered, they're probably more used to attack
Predator,
men.
Maybe creep, maybe
They come at men, but it's not because
sex
you're
pest.
a man.
Yeah,
you can absolutely say things to offend men, but not because they're men. The dick, some other adjective about them.
Are you referring to the sex pest or the little dick thing? I didn't.
I mean, fuckboy is pretty gendered.
Yeah, fuckboy is specific.
Fuckboy, yeah. Well, fuckboy actually might be the closest thing. Actually, yeah, that's a good one.
You can have a gendered attack, right? We can come up with gendered attacks, but they are not. But like using the N-word for example, right? That's not like it's a racial attack, but it's one that's like broadened right to your whole category. Like I'm insulting you and everything about you. I'm insulting like your race, right? Like I'm insulting
these things
fundamental to you, rather than like this is an attack against a specific like personality trait about you that I don't like that happens to be gendered, right? Like it's like incidentally. You know, it's like more
predators just happens to be
side.
I think fuckboy is used in a pretty general term. I've also heard people like
are all men fuckboys?
Well, yeah. Well, I've also heard some people, and I've never said this, but they'll say things like, you know, like I don't even know how to fucking phrase this. They've said like, you know, well, there's black people, and then there's N-words, right? And like, like they will differentiate in their mind at least as to.
But the point is like whenever you there's terms that like whenever you see a woman without knowing anything about her, you can offend her. But I'm not saying sensitively, but I'm saying that like you can say things like if a woman logs in, like comes into this room right now, we could say, "Why aren't you in the kitchen?" We don't even gotta know her name. Yeah. And like you're attacking her for being a woman. Like there's nothing you can say like just seeing a
or
guy.
If you just say cunt. I think predator is the only like word that maybe puts men on like tip or edge, because that is typically like no one really refers to women as predators. If they do, it's like they did some extreme shit.
Cougars
and
cougars.
Do people refer to them as predators? Or
that is
like,
not an insult.
Are predators, yeah.
Cougar is not an insult.
Yeah, even when women are predators, they're still not insulted by that.
It can be used that way, but I agree, it's not necessarily an insult.
Yeah, well,
it implies that you're a predator. Just it's putting. There can be positive or negative spins on it when it comes to that.
I thought it meant because you were looking for cubs, but that's.
Well, yeah, it's a cougar is just an older woman that doesn't have kids.
That's MILF, I thought.
No, MILF is with kids.
That's also MILF.
Oh,
you're right. MILF is with
cougars without kids.
No, cougars can have kids.
Cougars
can have kids though. There's
cougars just like young men. That's all.
Cougars. A lot of women like being called cougars. They're like, don't call them cougars.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not always an insult. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it can be.
In fact, I like hunting me some cougars sometimes.
Yeah.
We go out
I like to be haunted by cougars. Yeah,
it's crazy. Like what? Why? I mean, don't
like the masculine males.
Men date younger than women do, like on average. So it's like it's not something to really be offended by because men actually do it. But it's weird that like women get like they have like a term of like to be celebrated that they like F young dudes. But you don't have like a creep is the word of the dude that like openly talks about he F young girls.
Yeah.
This is a fair double standard, right? Leonardo DiCaprio gets way more shit than like some of these other female celebrities that get young guys. And they exist.
We gotta go after, cancel her.
Or what's his face? The wife of God damn it.
Will Smith. She fucked that one young rapper, right?
Oh well, there's that. I wasn't thinking.
Jada.
But no,
Jada Smith. Wasn't he like 19 or something? Yeah, her son's friend. Holy shit! If she was a man, she would have never recovered from that.
She was like August, and allegedly he might not have been of age.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the guy who played Wolverine.
Hugh Jackman.
Hugh Jackman. Thank you so much. Yeah, his wife is like super old. Is way older than him.
So is what's his name?
I don't know about super old, but I think you're right. The older.
Another one with Ashton.
Anyone older than me is super old, right? Ain't that right, Iko?
It's relative. Especially if she's a woman. Especially if she's a woman, she's super old.
Yeah,
she's 68. How old is Hugh Jackman? She does.
Madonna's another one.
Madonna gets with really young guys. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but she was like historically like a sex symbol. Like,
she was.
She was.
Doesn't mean
sorry. I don't want to be mean, but she was.
Listen,
at some point in time,
some people age like Lucy Liu aging like
it's a thing.
Madonna aging like fucking the Crypto.
Entropy,
like milk.
Entropy.
No one can escape the march of entropy. Okay, at some point we're all going to be there.
Can you describe entropy to me, Lactoid?
It's what happens when Madonna. You look at Madonna, you're like, no.
Crazy how ugly Madonna is.
Whatever happens to Madonna,
Madonna's like especially ugly for an older woman.
Especially.
Oh my
God. We're not being
uglier than the average older woman.
I don't believe that, Madonna. Please give me
money.
Hold on,
we gotta be careful. Didn't what's his name get canceled?
Madonna's watching, don't be mean.
Yeah, she might sub the channel.
Great. Some of the young men on this panel. Who knows?
Wait, didn't what's his name literally get canceled for ranking attractive women the other day? Wasn't that a whole thing that like you were putting them on a list and you didn't get her permission? We gotta go get permission from Madonna before we rank auction. Yeah, you had him on the show. What was his name? Tom Ford. Didn't he get like the people came after him for he called him a sex pest because he had a list? Because he had a list of women that he would fuck.
No, he would bring up like IG girls and like he would bring them on the show. He'd like bring up their Instagrams and he'd rate them on their Instagrams and people were like, "How dare you do that?" And then it was like a whole thing with that one chick Kelly
No,
Jean,
Tic
where he
Tac.
was just like had
This
her
one is
picture up and
especially
just
ugly.
kept it up on his stream, and so people called him a sex pest.
Was that the whole drama? Was that
That's
really
the
it?
stupidest drama I've ever
That
heard.
was like yeah. So she
never come
does
to my stream,
cosplay.
guys.
So she does cosplay or whatever. He pulls up her Instagram on his page and just leaves her like photos up and just like uses it. He goes, no, well, I'm gonna keep doing that, and then says like sexual things, and the whole thing was you're objectifying her, and his argument was like she's literally trying to be objectified. So
Yeah, she's appealing to a sexual interest. Yeah.
Then they said that he didn't get permission from him.
Yeah, he didn't get permission from her. So sex pest.
There is going to be a day where, like, you'll go to a fucking strip club and the strippers will be lecturing you on how how wrong you are for sexualizing them. That will happen. I promise you.
I was at a music
Already
festival.
happening.
I was at a music festival. I had essential oils, right? Now you give people the whiffs of the essential oils. And so we were sitting at a tea parties of sorts.
Yeah, chloroform.
And so like I'm giving it out, and then this one girl just looks at me. She goes, "You didn't ask the consent of the people if they wanted to smell that." And I was like, "Okay, I don't know. All right, I feel you."
I will say at festivals, there is one thing that I need people to ask.
Poppers.
And I punch people in the face when they've done this, is those stupid fucking light shows. If you get in my face and you start doing a light show, you're getting an ass whipping. There's going to be a whooping. I hate that shit. It's annoying. It's terrible.
Wait a minute, hold on. So the argument of like, well, you didn't ask for consent before smelling the oils or whatever. Like,
I don't ask before putting the whiff, like,
You don't ask for consent for cologne.
Yeah.
Well, okay. If you were to come up and spray cologne on me, I might be like a little bit upset.
No, I had like a roller of essential oils, and I'd like hold it in front of people, and they'd take a whiff. And it was because like, eucalyptus. You just you get a whiff of like eucalyptus because you're in a festival. It's congested and like all this shit, and so you have like eucalyptus.
You weren't shoving it in their faces, right?
No. I'd hold it out, and then they'd go in.
Well, okay, but what like does
fine.
the consent matter on like the social expectation of what they're smelling? Like, what if you had like really strong, powerful smelling salts? Would that be like now?
Or a smelly person, right? Are they even allowed to be in public?
Or I would assume that she was referencing like for poppers, but like I don't know if you're just sitting in a crowd and just not.
Poppers are expensive too. Like
dead lip. Like I'm about to say I've done.
How do you know what the pricing of poppers is, Gibbs?
How do you know?
I am an avid hedonist.
Yeah.
Like,
poppers? You're a hedonist for poppers? I'm learning stuff about you that I didn't know.
That was just like last week, Black.
When we were talking about the flavored whippet cans because you were annoyed that the Duster cans has that bad taste.
I am still annoyed about that. Yes.
Well, I told you they have flavored ones now. It's fine.
You've never like been about the. I don't want to at the risk of revealing too much, but like you've never been like about to do some provocative activities with a woman, and then she's like, "Here, let me smell that popper," and then loosen up a little bit, and then you do some real wild shit. No.
Well, no. So the poppers are for the woman, not for you.
No, they're not for me. I'm not. Why would I want a popper?
Okay. That's why I was asking.
I'm just trying to loosen up my butthole.
Maybe there's some other use for poppers that I know about. Maybe it opens up the front too. I don't know.
I think I'm not sure. But I'm not sure. But I think it also is good for like erections or something, or maybe like just like increasing sexual excitement.
Well,
because I've seen like people who topped and bottomed, like who use poppers.
You see them?
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah, I've seen them porn. Yeah,
so it's like Blue Chew, is what you're saying.
That's their next product line, actually.
Maybe the poppers do something because, like, I don't know. I feel like the Bluetooth is a scam, or at least whatever I had. Maybe it was.
Are you going to take this shit talking about your sponsor? Are you going to take this shit?
Listen, I'm listening as
anti-capitalism.
Hold on, as a doctor, I'm not going to anybody to do anything that they didn't enjoy or wouldn't enjoy. So if he didn't have a good experience with it and in a legal setting, then he shouldn't partake of that said drug.
Okay.
But then again, I've heard from people who say that Viagra, like they've taken like 5 Viagras and it didn't work for them. So they probably got other stuff.
They got mad shit going on. If 5 Viagras didn't work,
those guys
5 Viagra. Yeah, it's got a delayed impact. So like after 30 minutes, it's just like.
Well, they say because I thought it just like made your dick hard, but apparently it doesn't. Apparently you still have to be like around.
No, you still have to be.
I know some people that take Viagra and then they're like, it's not. They take Viagra.
They take it like Adderall.
Yeah, they'll take Viagra and then like the next day they're like, we're hard for like we're gonna be able to get hard on command. It's not like 30 minutes later, let's go.
It also depends. It also depends on your dosage. There's like the the high dosage is supposed to be used immediately, and then like a low dosage where you like take like continuously, and until like you're ready at any time.
It's like Cialis.
Basically.
Cialis is like the once daily thing. I think.
Have you guys
Viagra's
seen?
Yeah, Cialis. I'm thinking of Cialis actually. Yeah.
There's a strong correlation between Viagra. Just recently, they can't prove causation, but there's a strong correlation between Viagra usage and reduced Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's.
What do you? I'm actually curious, Corey. So have you seen this stuff that's been coming out about like 60% reduction or whatever?
Well, so question as well that you can answer with it.
At the end of the day, go ahead, Gibbs.
So yeah, so is that like I was reading the other day, and I keep seeing this in the TikToks that they're calling it, what is it, diabetes 3 or whatever, or whatever the third type? Does that have a relation to the Viagra thing? Yeah, we're asking our fellow
diabetes. I haven't heard of that. I'll plead ignorance of that. Because I haven't heard of diabetes 3. But yeah, well, so at the end of the day, like Viagra and like similar drugs, like they are just like vasodilators. They're just going to increase blood flow overall. Yeah. I can sort of imagine a mechanism of like, increased blood flow also to the brain. Probably has some sort of maybe protective effects as well. Obviously, there's a correlation. I haven't done a deep dive into the studies, but like, generally speaking, having more blood flow to every part of your body, including your penis, might be some beneficial.
Spike the water with Viagra. We're gonna spike the exactly right. Nobody's gonna have Alzheimer's. We put testosterone and Viagra. What could go wrong?
That'll probably make white people have more babies. I know that's a big concern for y'all.
We just start having two. We start having.
Thank you, Bam. I appreciate that you're concerned.
We start having two separate sinks in the home. One with estrogen, one with testosterone. We just fuel it.
And I want more white women. So like whenever it gets me that, yeah, fair enough.
Rhyme's on our side, right? He's got a direct financial or sexual interest in maximizing the white population.
Okay. I think we should leave it there. Right there. No more words. Just leave it. But this was a lot of fun. Thanks, guys, for coming through. Thank you. We're just gonna go through this quickly. Lactoid for being great and hilarious. I love it when you're here and make jokes and stuff. Make good jokes. But funny man. Corey. Thank you for being here as well, and for letting us smacking down all the stupid things that like Lactoid tends to say. Correcting him when he starts to bring up studies like he's a big boy or something like that, right?
Or a big man.
Yeah, or a big man, Big male. Excuse me.
Big male.
A big white male. Okay. Thank you, Corey.
With the poppers.
No,
it's Rosemary. It's Rosemary.
Okay. Let's not answer the question as to whatever that was. Admiral Gibbs, thank you for coming through. One for putting those thirst traps in our group DM. Our friend Gibbs here was a pretty handsome guy. How tall are you, Gibbs? I'm curious.
I'm like 5'11".
5'11". No, tall. You're just as tall as our friend Lactoid here, right? Thanks for coming through and being tall. That's all you added to this. Much appreciated.
I could do.
Gibbs is one of my favorites. I just gotta say, he's just really one of my favorites. He's just a fun guy, and I really, really enjoy your perspective. Like non-ironically, make that very clear.
I appreciate that.
Aiko, thank you for coming through as well, friend. We didn't get a Shakespeare reference, or you didn't even really bite when
did. Yeah, you did.
From you? Did you make a Shakespeare reference?
Scott made the Shakespeare.
Yeah, it was about
Scott
the Shakespeare's using the singular they.
Oh, was that what you were talking? Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Well,
it was on my grammar spiel.
Okay, fair enough. I was also expecting you to bite on the religious thing, right? But you didn't bite.
Oh.
That's okay.
It's hard to offend me when it comes to religion. It really is.
I know. I've tried. You're very good. No, I don't try. But you're fantastic, and I appreciate your insight. Bam, thank you for coming through. You're fantastic as well. One of my best guests, which is why I have him in any context that I can. So thanks so much, Bam. And Ali, I love it when you're fired up because you jump in, you make some great points, and you come up with wildly different perspectives. So thank you so much, man.
You did so good, Habibi.
Habibi.
Habibi. Oh yeah, what does that mean again? Sorry, you were trying to say like, was it
my heart, my love? I love you. It's
Okay.
it's just
Okay. Admiral Gibbs, thank you for gifting a sub, Habibi. There you go. Being cultural, being ethnic, don't we love it? Sorry, that's weird. That was weird. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you all for coming through. Once again, I say that, and I have not prepared a place to raid. Like, you would think that in all that time I could just do this, but I'm like physically or intellectually incapable of having this ready beforehand. So I am going to send you off to who's streaming other than Lactoid. I would say it to Lactoid.
Gibbs is streaming.
Gibbs is streaming.
Wow.
Okay. At Admiral Gibbs.
Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we love you, friend. We love you and appreciate you.
Yeah, I honestly love Mondays. These are like it's like nice to know that I have like a Monday like debate scheduled every week, no matter like what it is. It's like, oh, we have no topic. It'll be good anyway.
Yeah,